start button. Can you not just take it when you're sleeping? Is the sub count broken? No. Why would it be broken? It's working just fine right there. Anyway, let's get started. Let's get started. We shall start again with a little bit of the BAFTA news updates. Because that's just what you're all here for, right? The updates to the BAFTA news. Variety put out a piece that said this. Warner Bros. Executive immediately contacted BAFTA after the N-word was shouted while Sinners duo Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were presenting at the ceremony. Per sources, the execs requested the incident be removed by BBC's time-delayed broadcast going out later that night and were assured the request had been passed on. However, the broadcast originally aired with the racial slur not edited out. Now, this has a few implications. Could this just be Warner Bros. Executives trying to I mean, okay, it's the Center Studio Warner Bros. So could it potentially be them being like, guys, we tried to help, maybe, right? Do I believe them? 100%. This is, yeah, the BAFTA and BBC were freaking racist. I agree. I believe them. They were taking Assange's chat was, do you want him to apologize every time he said a slur? It was nutty. I also don't think that that's like, yeah, a little bit. Right? Nobody's saying that he has to apologize for every tick that he has. But if that tick happens to be a slur, then kinda. It's like if somebody has a gun and they're shooting a gun at a target and then they hit somebody and you're like, dog, you just hit me with a gun. So, okay, well, do you want me to apologize every time I shoot my gun? Like, no, just kind of when you hit me, when you shoot your gun. You know what I mean? When your gun goes off and it hits somebody and it affects them, I don't think it's terrible for you to say, like, I'm sorry about that. Like, it's not a crazy take in my opinion. And I apologize all the time when she's not screaming the N-word. And again, I think in a perfect world, I don't think disabled people should have to apologize for their disabilities, right? But that perfect world comes with like education about the disabilities and people being aware that it exists, right? And there was also another take that was just like, well, he's walking down the street, do you want him to apologize every time he says a slur? Like, yeah, a little bit, kind of. You know what I mean? Yo, Mix. What's going on? You good? You're making a lot of noise out there. Sit. 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 I'm not playing with you right now. Also, you took your thing somewhere else. All right, you can go back over there. I think there's a case by case, person by person part of it, but 90% yes. Every time you unintentionally call a black person that you don't know the N-word, you should apologize. Yeah, like it's not crazy. Better analogy is someone who has muscle spasms and actually hit someone. Yeah, but I made that analogy yesterday. Right? But like, if he's walking down the street and he's passing a black person that he doesn't know and he says a slur, right? And the problem is that people who have that take are unable to put themselves in the shoes of black people. You know what I mean? They are unable to put themselves in the shoes of black people to see it from that perspective. Like, okay, imagine from the other side of it, right? You're a black person walking down the street and you just get called a slur, right? In their mind, you're supposed to be like, oh, I immediately already know that they have Tourette's. and I immediately already know that they didn't actually mean it, and so I can't feel any sort of way about that because this information was immediately downloaded into my brain, and I know it. You know what I mean? Like no, when one the fact that it was a tic does not remove the harm that it caused, right? As being a black person just walking down the street and just being dehumanized out of nowhere, right? But like that person would not be out of line to confront the person and be like, hey, why did you say that? Right? Because how are they supposed to know in that instance? You feel me? And it also doesn't make any sense because most people with Tourette's would apologize anyway because they understand the harm that their words cause. Right? But even past that, like I hold on. Hey Nixie. Hey. Ready? Good. Come on. Ready? Good. There we go. Problem solved. Problem solved. For the combination in the situation, do the man even request combinations to be so for real? You have to know that your tic is going to cause you to say a slur when you see a black person. It's not necessarily that like it doesn't cause you to say a slur when you see a black person. Like that's not necessarily like like how like Tourette's works or cooperatively works, right? It's more of there's that there's a not appropriate thing that you're not supposed to say in a moment, and it like involuntarily just comes out, right? So I don't think he knew integrally that like he was going to say a slur in that moment. Did he have an idea that maybe he had an idea that he could say a slur, right? I don't know. The only person who would know that is John, right? But I don't know. The dude's great. I have a bomb when he met the Queen, for instance. Yeah. And so, like, I don't think it's like a situation where like, oh, he's like, you know, he feels a slur kind of bubbling up in him, and he's just sitting there waiting for it to come out. It's not necessarily the case. You know, why is it more uproar for a disabled man voluntarily saying the N-word than the fact that they cut out Free Palestine segment? I mean, the fact that he said the N-word isn't good. It's not a good thing. It's still a bad thing. Like, it was and I think something that I saw touch on as well a little bit yesterday. Like, this is a moment of like black success, right? This is a moment of like sinners and Michael B. Jordan and Dora Lindo being highlighted for their success. And having the slur hurled at them in that moment is a dehumanizing thing. Even if it wasn't intentional, right? Even if it wasn't meant to be dehumanizing, right? It was dehumanizing. It's like, it's to like take them down a peg, essentially. You know? In that instant. It's like, oh, you were successful? Oh, you BAFTA should have cut it out. We should go after them. I'm not saying that we shouldn't go after the BAFTAs, but we're not going to remove the harm that the N-word has caused, right? Just because you think that like we should go after the BAFTAs and the BAFTAs exclusively. Like, I don't think it's out of line for especially Michael B. Jordan and Dora Lindo to want an apology, right? For how it made them feel in the moment. Right? And that's all we're saying. Nobody here is saying that like the people who are not chiefly responsible for this are the BAFTAs. I've said that extensively so. Right? The BBC for not removing it. Right? Is why we'll get to this article in a second. But I think again, and this is how I feel. I don't think John saying the N-word is indicative of him being racist, right? But I do think that I consider it like this. Imagine somebody who doesn't speak English, right? who's heard the N word in a song or like maybe in a class by reading like To Kill a Mockingbird, and they see a black person and they call the black person an N word, right? They didn't know that it had any harm or whatever, right? That person should apologize once they learn of the harm that they've caused. However, if that person refuses to apologize, right? I don't think that person saying the N word in that moment makes them racist. But if they refuse to apologize for saying the N word after learning about the harm that they caused, then I think you can make more, you know, I think you can make a bigger delineation about how they feel about black people in that moment, right? And so I don't think John Davidson like saying the N word because it was a tic makes him racist. But I can see why black people who wanted him to address it saw his statement that didn't even address Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo and was like, why is he like not apologizing to them? Like there was no like I'm sorry in the statement. Everyone was warned beforehand that he was in attendance, what the condition was, even to applause from the audience. I think with context you can understand that there is no harm. No, I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think there's like context to ascribe no harm. Right? I don't think it's out of line to just want someone to say I'm sorry. Because if there is no harm, there's no harm in just apologizing and acknowledging that there's no harm. Right? Because there is harm. Right? There's no malice, but there is harm. Harm does exist. Harm was done. There's a difference between there being no malice or no intentionality, but there is harm. You know? Maybe it's a crazy thing, but if you accidentally misgendering someone, like if you misgender someone, it was an honest mistake for the first time and you just apologize for misgendering them and then you move on, yeah. But if you misgender someone and they say, hey, you know, I should go by these pronouns, and you're just like, you know, you don't say like I'm sorry, I can see why that person would feel some type of way about that. You know? So I was there before the Tourette's community. Yeah, it's like people like there was some article that I saw released. There was a statement that was like, we need to have grace and understanding for John Davidson. And I'm like, sure, I agree with that. But like, where's this acknowledgement? I think the Slurs made a tweet about it, right? Where's this acknowledgement for understanding when it comes to like the black people who got called the N-word on stage? And I saw another tweet that was just like, oh, I don't know if I had it saved. I don't think I saved it. It was so insane. It was a tweet that called them like black millionaires. Like, oh yeah, the black millionaires who got called a mean word are going to be completely fine about it. But you know who's not going to be fine? The guy with a disability who's being harassed on the entirety of the internet. And just like, bro, these are my leftist dog. These are my lawyers. I'm going to jail kind of situation. Excuse me. Yeah. This is BAFTA Film Awards host Alan Cummings thanked the audience for their understanding after a series of audible outbursts from the Tourette's campaigner. John Davis interrupted the ceremony. One incident saw Davidson shouting the N-word at Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. And Sheriff says the person who called Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo the N-word has no control over their actions, but neither did either of them, and having to endure it being called it publicly among their peers. What about a moment of understanding for them as well? Yeah. Black regard is right. I think black regard is not right. I don't know any other way to say that. I don't think so. I think that I think he's popping off right now. And like I understand some of the overarching points that he's making. But even with all this information, like, you know, I don't think you should punch people threats if they call you the N-word, right? I think that's a very silly overgeneralization. You know what I mean? Like if you're a black person walking down the street and somebody calls you an N-word and doesn't apologize for it, and you punch them, that's like a different situation than like, oh, you know this person has threats and you know that they can't control it, and so you immediately escalate to violence because you want to hit him because he's called you the N-word. You know what I mean? Like those are different situations. John Davison has been socially ostracized his entire life, beaten by teachers, attacked in public. I would have no sympathy for him personally. And you know what's crazy though? You've never actually mentioned the black people who were called the N-word though. And that's kind of the point. And that's the frustration for a lot of black people. Is because people have this take, but they can't even spare 2 words of sympathy for the black people who were called the N-word in the first place. Right? And that's where the frustration comes from. They're victims here. The victims here. Right? Of the situation, they are the victims. John is a victim of overarching society and how ableist society is at large, but he's not a victim in this situation, right? He's not the primary titular victim in this situation. I think it's because the dogpiling is so extreme on someone with a disability. But like the titular incident is anti-blackness. That's it. And the fact that you're like, you know, I'm going to only focus on the disability because I feel like that's important to me, but you can't even spare 2 words of, you know, sympathy for the black people involved is a problem. That's an issue. And that's why black people are so frustrated by this. That's why it's even a discussion in the first place. Because people can only put themselves into the shoes of the white guy with a disability and can't even fathom the dehumanization that is coming to these black people right now. Right? The fact that they're not even being focused and centered in this argument and conversation is also dehumanization. They're being dehumanized. The fact that they were dehumanized and they're expected to just take it and accept it and eat it, right? Because of the small bean white guy over here, right? Who called them a slur is dehumanization, right? They are victims of racial language, right? And dehumanization, as well as John Davison is a victim of the ableist society at large. It's not an either or thing. Both of these are simultaneously true. They're both true. That's it. And I think the fact that he, in his gosh darn it. Anyway, the fact that he, in his apology, didn't mention them is worthy of condemnation. Because they are victims here. And seemingly nobody cares. And that's why black people are frustrated. And then you have some black people who are reacting in that frustration with ableism, which is wrong and bad, but then that justifies not caring about the victim because of that ableism. And that's frustrating. Like, I'm sorry, maybe this is my black bias, but when I saw the clip, my heart broke. Right? And the heart broke for like black people all across the world because that's what we get. Right? And if it's not this situation, right, with the guy saying the N-word is Tourette's or has Tourette's, it's a situation where like you're a young child in school and your white classmate calls you the N-word, and the teacher is like, and the principal is like, oh well, he's young, he didn't know, they don't know the harm their actions are causing, so you just have to suck it up and deal with it. It's in the workplace, right? And someone calls you the N-word, it's like, oh, well, you know, maybe they didn't know what that meant. Maybe they didn't know how it would make you feel, right? It's non-English speakers, right? Or ESL people who will drop the N-word when talking about black people. And it's like, oh, well, you know, they don't really speak English that well. And you know, maybe they didn't really understand how it would feel to be called the N-word. In every aspect of black society, it's just like people telling black people to just suck it up and deal with it when they're being dehumanized. And there's never any sympathy for the black people in that situation for the dehumanization. And that's where the frustration has come from. You know, that's why people are so frustrated. And now people are utilizing and weaponizing, right, that frustration that causes some people to be wrongfully ableist to justify being anti-black to the entire black community as a whole. And it's crazy. This happened in my high school as a ton. We had like maybe five black kids in our class, and there was no one doing shit about the people throwing the N-word around. Yeah. Remember in high school, basketball announcer said the N-word and then blamed it on his diabetes. That would be crazy. And the people that hurt the most are the people at the intersection between Chill and Mika 2 to not center their perspectives. Not even not center their perspectives. People will utilize and weaponize their perspective against the other side, right? And so you'll have white people who will utilize the one black TikToker with Tourette's against the black community, right? And using her as like a pawn to like bludgeon the black community with. And then the black community gets frustrated, and some black people then take that and then start hurling insults at her because she's being used as a pawn in the first place. That's why Caroline posted it. She had to make a statement being like, please, like, I'm being used right now to attack black people. And then black people are getting mad that from my comments in my post and telling me that I'm choosing my disability over my blackness. She's being as a way to shut black people up in response to being called in response she's being called the C word. Yeah. And that's frustrating. Why disabled people are racist though? If only there were a black person with Tourette's trying to call the racism in the Tourette's community without being ableist. Good thing black people don't get Tourette's. Could you imagine? It would be a disaster. Yeah. You see Sweet Anita's take? I saw Sweet Anita went live, but like I did not watch the stream. I did not see her take specifically. Could have been saying that nobody told them ahead of time. One of the guys' takes was saying slurs. Yeah, again, but I don't know specifically if that was like one of his consistent takes. I have no idea the situation. But if that is, it is crazy that like, you know, they were just like, hey guys, you might see some, it's like a doctor being like, you might feel a little pinch and then shooting you in the arm, you know? Like, I'm sorry, that disclaimer was not valid. I'm sorry. It was not a valid disclaimer. You need a better disclaimer if you're going to shoot me in the arm. It's not, you might just feel a little pinch. And just like, and just starts laying into you. Don't slay it the way I practice medicine. This might sting, doesn't quite cover it. Yeah. That does not adequately prep people to be demonized, no shade. Yeah. Ending up free spousing just shows that they care more about protecting Israelis' feelings and subjecting all black people to watching a slur and demonization behind it. I think it's even less about protecting Israelis' feelings and more about like protecting the structure of the state of Israel. Right? Like, I'm gonna be real as a whole. I don't think the BBC cares about like Israelis as like an identity group. I think they care more about like protecting the sanctity of the structure of Israel and the validity of an apartheid state. You know, they didn't withhold free Palestine because it would make Israelis feel bad. They withheld it because it would add to an overarching system of people being against the state of Israel. Right? Pro-Palestinian sentiment holistically. And they were like, oh, we can't have that. We can't have that. It was Twitch Spoon's take on his apology. Twitchy Spoons. I cannot read. Also, I want to see Imani's apology as well. Not apology, statement on the apology. Let's see if I'll find it. This is a good post. I want to look at as well. Um, this is what I was one of the ones I was looking for. It's crazy, off topic. Oh no. Supreme post. What happened in the world? New poll in Maine shows Graham Plattner beating Susan Collins 49-38. Poll shows Maine governor and Chuck Schumer back Janet Mills neck and neck with Collins at 41. Same poll shows Plattner ahead of Mills in the Democratic primary 64-26. I mean, Graham Plattner has been popular in Maine pretty consistently, right? Which is why I think it's so funny. People are like telling like the like international like left community to like, guys, if you don't stop criticizing Graham Plattner, he's going to lose. And it's like, I don't know. I think he'll be fine. And he's I hope he loses. I don't hope he loses. I don't care. That's my take. Genuinely. I think Janet Mills and Susan Collins not winning would be good. But I don't want to reward Graham Plattner for being a shitty bad person. And so like if he wins, then like good for him, right? If he loses, then it's like, yo, maybe we should run better candidates next time. That's my take. And we'll get to that a little bit later. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't need like he's like me supporting him is not gonna make or break his campaign. I will say, this is what I'll say. This is what I'll say right now. You can mark my words for it. This is January. This is February 24, 2026. Graham Plattner will eat your face. I'm not saying he's going to be the next Fetterman, but like he's going to come out and support the expansion of American imperialism. He's going to support the military. He said he would, right? And maybe he'll be slightly less pro-Israel than like other politicians. But he's not going to be like a mold breaking, mover and shaker in politics. He's going to fall in line because that's what you do in Congress. Because like every ballot, candidate on the ballot will eat your face, so it's kind of whatever. Yeah, but my take is like I don't necessarily care. These bad news, white leftists will cry about it. He's literally pro-war. People want to be Fetterman again so bad. He's just like, he's slightly anti-genocide, and I don't know. I've never been like a fan of like lesser evil voting when it happened in the election cycle holistically, and so like you're not gonna make me a fan of it when it's freaking Graham Plattner either. But like, hey, we'll see. If he's good, I'll eat my words. Still hate the guy, but like, we'll see. He's gonna claim to healthcare as his platform and claim progressive and drop the rest. Honestly, I don't even think he's gonna do that. If you want my hot take, I don't even think he's gonna do that. You feel me? But this is what Twitchy Spoonie said. He said, I'm still on no sleep, but I just want to acknowledge this and say that it's not enough and shows John Davidson while understanding the word causes distress. Never took the time to fully understand and account for the impact of him taking the N-word. Yeah, and that makes sense. That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. That's an L. That's an L. Right? And I don't think that like this would necessarily make him understand or any white people person understand, because now you have like an entire like complex or a structure of people who are telling him that like he has no reason to apologize for it, right? Why would he feel the need to apologize to Michael B. Jordan, Delroy Lindo, when like there are people coming out and saying like, bro, don't even apologize. You're good. You're fine. Not black people, but like people who are not affected by these slurs. You know? They're still centering him. Yeah. And that's why people are frustrated. Based on the movie he was there for, probably this era of never apologizing for it, but I think like it's overruled by blatant anti-blackness is involved. Not necessarily. I think that like I don't think that he's like against like apologizing per se. I just think that honestly I think this is an example of him being white. Genuinely. Like this apology has more to do with his whiteness than his Tourette's. Right? This is how white people apologize for saying the N-word. Holistically. Whether or not they have Tourette's or don't have Tourette's. This is what they do. They never center the actual victims of their anti-blackness, even if it was unintentional, right? It's always, I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean to do this, right? My intent was not to be racist and not, hey, I know what I said can be perceived in a way and could cause and did cause you harm, right? And I'm sorry for the harm that you've caused. You know what I mean? And that's why I think a lot of white people who are rushing to like be like, see, he apologized, so suck it up and deal with it. Right? Because they do that for other white people. You have white people who say slurs, right? Because they want to say slurs, and they're just like, yeah, I'm sorry if you were offended. And then white people will jump to their defense and be like, see, they apologized. They did it for Ethan Klein. They still do it for Ethan Klein. People came into my chat and was like, yo, Ethan apologized for his slurs. And I was like, show it to me. And they had nothing. They couldn't bring anything to show me that Ethan had apologized for his slurs or blackface. It's always, oh, he's already apologized for this. He's already apologized for this, but could never actually show me him saying, I'm sorry for doing blackface and saying slurs. I'm sorry for the harm that I've caused to black people. Right? So this is just how white people apologize for saying slurs. But people are just like, see, you finally were able to pull an apology out of a disabled person. Are you happy? Are you happy, you ableist cucks? You're just like, what are we talking about here? Because again, white people holistically don't think you have to apologize for saying slurs, right? So they think that this is like an unnecessary apology for him having a disability. And so they think that the apologies is automatically valid because they think that wanting an apology is invalid. You know what I mean? He gave us a great MS Paint demo of Ethan constantly referencing the time. He referenced a time where he referenced a single post in 2022. Yes. Yeah. Why didn't he say that he was sorry during a deeply mortified statement? He could have just said that it was very easy right there. I'm very sorry that I hurt people with my words. Because again, he's white. And white people don't know how to apologize for saying slurs. Removed from the Tourette's in this situation. Genuinely. White people do not understand and cannot apologize for saying slurs adequately. This is not a him problem. This is a problem with the superstructure of whiteness. I just stuck on their millionaires. It's okay article. I saw a tweet. If you have that tweet, I want to look at it. I don't know where the tweet is, right? But I saw that tweet, and I don't know where I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is, bro. It was an insane tweet. If one of you can find it, I have the name. Hold on. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me check my search history. I think I searched the user who made this post. Yes, I did. Jezbud, exactly. I literally have it here, Jezbud91. Because I searched the user because I was like, this post could not be real. I think he might still be private now. But yeah, he's still private. But I'm trying to find the actual tweet itself. If somebody has a screenshot of it. I'll take screenshots. You are me. I saw somebody else post a screenshot. I didn't save that post. Oh, excuse me. Excuse-moi. I'm not sending it to you though. Put it in the Discord. Put it in the Discord. I'm not in the Discord. Upload it to Imgur and send me an Imgur link. If you're on your phone, you should be able to do it as well. First pronounced Imager? Nah, it's Imgur. It's Imgur for sure. Wait, I wonder if I screenshotted it. I don't think I did. No. I like Imgur. Imgur. Yeah. Yeah. This is the post. Just you're not prepared for this post from a supposed leftist, by the way. I'm telling you, my posts and my statements about white leftists literally never stop being correct. This person says, I do think the two millionaire actors who suffered an upsetting indignity, geez Louise, on stage at an award show, at an awards last night. Wait, I do actually think that the two millionaires actors who suffered an upsetting indignity on stage at an awards night are going to be fine, and the man with the debilitating cognitive disability now is the subject of the colossal global ignorant hate mob probably won't be. Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo are big grown-up boys in big boy pants with the capacity to understand what serious cognitive disorders is, what the term involuntary means, and move past this incident with understanding. God only hopes. He had like 19,000 likes when he went private. And this is the problem with white people, white leftists specifically, as it pertains to understanding racism. Genuinely. Just of the harm that seeing two black men call the N-word does to people who aren't on that stage but are black. I mean, it kind of goes back to what I was saying a few days ago, right? In that people, including white leftists, their entire goal is to find an acceptable avenue of black people to dehumanize. That's it. And this falls exactly into that structure. Right? This person is probably, you know, woke to a certain extent, probably against the system of white supremacy, but like, oh, he found two black millionaires that he can directly target and accost, right? And dehumanize. So he was like, yeah, these people are worthy of dehumanization. You know what I mean? Which is why I have a problem with people who are making this an either or thing, right? I mean, an either or thing, but like people who are like, sorry, the real victim here is John Davidson, actually. Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo, they're grown adults who aren't victims and who just suck it up. Stop victimizing yourself. That's what he's saying. He's literally doing the conservative argument of like black people always make themselves the victim. Like, no, they are the victim here. They were accosted with a racial slur at a moment that is supposed to be a moment of celebration for them, right? Like, black people can never just exist, right? Black joy can never just exist. Black success can never just exist without that moment being ruined by that word. And even if it was unintentional, it doesn't change the fact that the harm still exists and the harm was caused. That's the case. Right? Again, it's saying like that they should move past this incident, right? Without understanding. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you don't get to dictate how black people react to slurs being said, even if they are unintentional. Right? Michael B. Jordan, Delroy Lindo can hold a grudge for all of the rest of their lives if they want to, right? I don't think it'll be productive, right? But you as a white person don't get to make the distinction of how they should get to act, right? That they can't feel hurt and harmed by this word. You just don't. You don't get to make that distinction. Right? And the issue is that this person can never see themselves in the shoes of a black person. They will never understand that experience. Ever. Ever. They will never understand that experience. Everyone had to grit their teeth and suck it up on a daily basis. You can't just tell us to do that. Yeah. And that they're somehow wrong, right? Or invalid for even wanting that harm to be acknowledged. Right? And this goes back to like something else that white people do all the time is that being called racist is worse than actually being dehumanized. Right? Being called racist is worse than like actually being actively dehumanized. And that's frustrating for a lot of people. And that's why this discourse has really expanded to the level that it is now. And again, obviously, there are black people who are saying insane stuff and crazy stuff. I always love it when a person that Hassan pulls up that I look them up and I feel like I've already blocked them already, you know? And there's like someone like Dr. Allison or whatever who I've blocked for some reason, probably for being annoying and CIA. Right? Or like, oh, the tweet's gone. Haha, I win. Well, unless I'm blocked. Hold on. Oh, I think the tweet's gone. I didn't check if I was blocked. Oh, it was pulled down. Your account has been locked. LOL. W. I can't even see what tweet this was about. But I said CIA op. So I guess I win this. This is a W. I like that t-shirt. Okay. But like that's the point. And I think I want to see if Imani has TikToks on this. See. I'm trying to find it. Excuse me. Here, this is Imani's first video about it, and she's a very large Black disabled content creator, doing like disability advocacy and intersection between disability and Blackness. So I want to see what her take is on the situation holistically. And a lot of people giving in to whiteness by using ableism as a justification. In what way?
Day you all discover a white disabled person is racist. I'm talking about the BAFTAs. Every other day you find that out, right? And then every other day you all look at Black disabled people, probably some of you for the very first time. You're like, thoughts? Water's wet. That's my thought. Water's wet. Water is wet, okay? Do you know how many rooms I've been in where white disabled people are saying stuff like, well, the Blacks get more money because they're Black and disabled people don't get as much money. Meanwhile, Black disabled people
I've seen that as well. I have too seen that as well. That is a thing that exists that people say. Right? And that exists not even just in like Black disability discourse, it exists in Black homelessness discourse. You will have white homeless people who say that about Black homeless people. They'd be like, well, Black homeless people get the very few meager allotments of help in the system because of like affirmative action and stuff. You'll see that when it comes to like, you know, poor people as well and class issues, right? Like this is a facet of the Black experience where even if you share the exact same marginalizations as somebody else, right? They're gonna deem you as getting more handouts, even if you do the exact same thing. With the Black welfare queen, yeah, it is consistent. And this is not like a hard and fast rule. There are obviously white people who don't say stuff like this, right? But this is the experience of a lot of Black people in these spaces of marginalization. You know?
Okay, literally in the fucking room. I've been doing this for over a decade. Oh, over a decade, okay? I've been disabled my entire fucking life. Water is wet, babes. Water's wet. But on the flip side, do you know how many times I've had to explain to able-bodied people, even those that look like me, that racism is replete in disability spaces? Many, many times. And part of the reason why I get so irritated at moments like this is because everybody's heads flip towards Black disabled people for moments like this, right? But when we tell you that disabled people, white disabled people built infrastructure behind this, oh, well, no, you know, I don't know. It's, you know, that's for you all to deal with. You're dealing with it right now. You don't need to necessarily know that he said the N-word to know he's racist. You need to ask if he voted for Brexit. That was just an outburst.
That's a very good point. This is a very good point. It's a very good point. That's what I said yesterday, right? The fact that he says the N-word does not inherently make him racist. But is he racist? I don't know. People are so quick to say, oh, he's not racist, right? And I'm like, no, hold on. He can be racist. This doesn't inherently make him racist, but he very well can be racist. Like, let's not go too far there, buddy. Let's not go too far there. You feel me? That's why I brought up Ethan Klein, right? Like, he very much possibly still very well can be racist. Where's Nyx? She's outside of the door. Probably doing something. Probably getting into something. Good question, actually.
Mementi 19 just subscribed. Where is Nyx?
What are you doing? What are you getting into? Ugh. He's not racist, he's disabled. No, it's not even that. It's he can't be racist, he's disabled. Which again, like, does this situation inherently make him racist? No. But I think a lot of people are projecting onto him, right? That he like, no, he's not racist. You can't like Again, I don't think this there's a clip from his Bosch interview that says he's not used to seeing so many black and Chinese people. I don't know if it's productive though. To be fair, if he's in the UK, that would make sense. Ah, sorry. Jesus, Nix. Races and disabled are the only two options, apparently. Yeah, there's not like an intersection there or something that could
Racism.
exist.
You need to ask if he's on a first name basis with his conservative politicians, because the white racist disabled people here are. But you know what? That's getting a little bit too deep into things that you all don't want to talk about until there's an election, right? Christ almighty.
Here, Here, I also want to see this post as well. So I want to know her actual thoughts on like the actual situation itself.
So this comment reads, obviously saying a slur is wrong, but he has Tourette's and can't control it. The guy left straight away because the BBC should have edited it out because the ceremony was pre-recorded. It goes on to say that they left that in but took out of Free Palestine. I think you all are focusing on the wrong thing. I think a lot of you are focusing on the fact that it was pre-recorded. I think you all are focusing on the fact that he can't control it. So let's talk about what he can control, okay? Because if he can't control saying the word in front of black people, correct? And that's what you're arguing. The thing he can control is asking for accommodations, so that would not be the case. So that it would not be the case that he's in front of black people saying the N-word. That's what a lot of people are not getting. If you know your disability results in you saying racial slurs at people and it's beyond your control, then in my mind personally, I would find ways and accommodations and ask for accommodations and ways for me to participate and still be present, but not be in the presence of people that I know that would be insulting to, right?
I still don't. I want to know if he. There's a few things I want to know. I don't know if this is like a common tick that he has of like saying the N-word to black people. There's no way that I would know this. He would know this. Unless it's in his movie that maybe I should watch. But like the fact that either the BAFTAs didn't know and couldn't like prepare. If it's something that he says he does it in that interview. In which interview? In the movie, he mentions it even to his black lawyer defending him with the Bosch guy. Oh, I don't think we watched that here. Grant might link it, we can see it. But like, yeah, I think that's something to like inform the event organizers of. Like, hey, just let you know, I kind of have a problem with one of my tics is saying racial slurs to black people, right? So at the very least, you can at least tell the black people that it may happen. You know, people were saying that taking the chat yesterday immediately got jumped. I don't necessarily think that he should be like. People in chat were saying that they should be cordoned off. He should be cordoned off into his own section. I don't necessarily agree with that, right? Right, but there are, and I've said accommodations yesterday. There are accommodations that should have been made by the BAFTAs, right? That were not made, that failed. Like everybody involved. So someone said that I should be muzzled. Like people are insane about the situation. Yeah, and honestly, I don't even think a lot of people believe that. I think they're just saying what. I think they're being inflammatory and reactionary just to be inflammatory and reactionary. Right? Ow. That hurt. It's fine. Here. 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 No, it's okay. You just can't bite my skin.
Particularly on a global stage where they're being celebrated, right? We forget this little thing called accommodations exist when things like this happen. Because if that's your argument and people are saying that this is a known behavior, correct? Then there was a known behavior before he got there, too, while they were planning it as well. No? So this comment reads, obviously saying a slur is wrong, but he has Tourette's and can't...
I think people are just at a situation where like they just kind of want. Again, I said yesterday. I feel like people just kind of want, if they can't say the N word, they want to find another white person that can say the N word. You know what I mean? So they are arguing in favor of like John being able to not only be able to say the N word because he can't control that with his Tourette's, but like that like he can't be questioned about it and doesn't have to apologize for it, and he should be allowed to say it in the presence of all black people, and he should put himself near and around black people so that he can say, you know what I mean? It's just like because they don't see saying the N word as dehumanization, right? If they actually saw it as dehumanization, there would be some middle ground in like, okay, what solution can we come to here where like we're not like cordoning him off from society, but also protecting the black people like in his presence. And the problem is that they don't care about protecting the black people in his presence. They don't care about, because they see it as just a mean word, right? They see it as like just a bad word, and that's it, right? When it's not, it's dehumanizing, right? And so in the same way that John should be allowed in the ceremony as a full human being and not being cordoned off from society, black people should also be allowed in the ceremony and not being accosted by racial slurs, right? Because black people being accosted by racial slurs is not them being allowed equally in the space, right? So there's some middle ground here where you like you're not like you know, ow, you're not harming the black people who are at the event, but you're also not like cordoning him off from society. You know what I mean? Hey, oh god, I have a new Jubilee video idea. Oh god. Oh, they're already recording it now. I can see it. They already put out a casting for black people and disabled people. Black people versus people with Tourette's. Can people with Tourette's say the N word? I'm already seeing it now. I'm already seeing it now. I'm surprised they haven't made it yet, but they're definitely working on it. Can I help you, Nix? Hey, hey. Do you want to play? Come on. Hey. Five people, one secret disabled person in a box. Yeah. It's just, oh my goodness. What a, yeah. If you reduced it, the anti-blackness by everybody in the country needs to be arrested. But yeah, that's the update. I want to finish reading this article. Cine Studio Warner Bros. Raised the BAFTA Film Awards racial slur immediately and requested it for be removed from the broadcast. Warner Bros. Were quick to react following a BAFTA Film Award N-word controversy on Sunday, but reportedly saw their concerns ignored. According to a well-positioned source speaking to Variety, once Tourette campaigner John Davidson made an involuntary outburst while Center star Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo presented their first award of the night. Execs of the studio immediately raised the issue with BAFTA and requested the incident to be removed from BBC's time-delayed broadcast going out later that night. The source also noted that Warner Bros. Execs who were in contact with BAFTA throughout the Sunday evening, I met with them on Monday, have been assured that the request has been passed on. However, the broadcast aired with the racial slur not edited out, sparking further outrage and prompting an apology from BBC. But the BBC's claim that the producer had been unaware what was said until after it aired was now been called into question following the source accounts of proceedings. Stop. Nix. Chill out. I don't know what she's doing back there, bro. Was that? Oh, many commentators online have also casted doubt over how and why such an incident, which was audible in the ceremony room, was not immediately relayed to the producers of the TV show. The incident and the handling of it by both BBC and BAFTA has sparked a firestorm of anger that continues to reverberate. Late on Monday, BAFTA put out a statement in which it said that it took full responsibility for putting it out and guests for putting its guests in a very difficult situation, and we apologize to all. It also stated that it wanted to apologize unreservedly. Come on, Becky. Come on, ready? Go get it. Problem solved. Was made a speech mid-show apologizing for the comment and saying that it was a take. Yeah, the BBC claimed ignorance. Yeah. We would like to thank Michael and Delroy for their incredible dignity and professionalism, it said. A Variety's sister publication's Deadline was the first to break the news of the Warner Bros. Contact with BAFTAs. That's the situation as it stands. You're kicking out Nyx? What do you mean kicking her out? She's able to come in if she finds out a way to open the door. Well, that's it. It's just like, I think this is just a very easy conclusion of like, people just don't see Black people as full human beings. They need to boycott the BAFTAs next year. Yeah. Also, this is actually a good point. This is the final thing I'll say. This is the final thing I'll say. I agree. I also don't think people see disabled men as full human beings, but they clearly find it easier to identify with a white man. Yeah, for sure. If the situation was like a Black disabled person said something that was like, yeah, racist or anti-Semitic or like racist to a different community, it would definitely not get this level of full-throated support. The message internalized is no matter how much we succeed, we achieve, we aren't safe. Yeah. Yeah, I meant to pull this up as well. Michael B. Jordan repulsed by BAFTA racial slur while his parents were left in tears. Michael B. Jordan's repulsed, yeah, parents left in tears. Michael B. Jordan was left disgusted after being subject to a racial slur on stage while presenting the BAFTAs. On Sunday night, the American actor presented the first award of the night alongside his Sinners co-star Delroy Lindo. The pair was prepared to hand out the Best Visual Effects Award to Avatar: Fire and Ash. Touch campaigner John Davidson was heard shouting the N-word, which prompted gasps from the audience in the London's Royal Festival Hall. Following the incident, BBC removed the entire awards ceremony from iPlayer after the faced backlash for not cutting out the moment, despite it removing a director's plea to free Palestine everywhere in the broadcast. Soon after Linda, I will say that the only upside of this story is like the Streisand effect of them doing this. You know what I mean? Because now I got people asking like, what's okay, you can remove free Palestine, but not the N-word? What's that about? Right? So now you got like, you know, like people who are not expressly political thinking like, hey, what is that about? That's weird. I don't know what that's about. Right? So that's the only like, you know, thing that kind of sticks out of me like upside. That's why Black people didn't and won't go about accepting being called an N-word. Yeah. I know I'm in peace. It's also why we they just let it air. Yeah. Oh. I was on the side that they kept it in to broadcast so they can get more news coverage about the event. I don't know. I'm pro that being like the CIA or the British equivalent of the CIA. Not that I have any evidence. I think it'll be. I just think this case. It's always the CIA. Soon after, Lindo told Vanity Fair that he and Jordan did what we had to do after presenting, but he also wished someone from BAFTA spoke to us afterwards. However, a source has now told Metro that Jordan, 39, was left repulsed by the outburst. The American actor, okay. Michael has had to do extensive research into the horrific psychological effects of racism to prepare for the sinners, so was disgusted, repulsed, and grossed out by John's outburst, they told us. Ryan Coogler's horror film Sinners, set in 1932 in the Mississippi Delta, and it stars Jordan in dual roles as criminal identical brothers who returned to their hometown in the Jim Crow South, where they were confronted by supernatural evil. He read works by savants like Joy Deguri Leary, to prepare for the role. So the incident really reminded him of how much work has to be done to drive racism underground. He was having a difficult day already after finding out about an upsetting incident in the Atlanta area recently, so this made it worse. But he is having a great year and won't let this stop him. He's focused on new movie, The Thomas Crown Affair. However, after the news the event unfolded, the actor's parents were left shaken. His mom and dad broke down in tears when they saw what happened to him and Delroy, and it's been a horrible 48 hours for the family, they explained. Michael's community in Newark is part of the greater migration, which literally happened because the Black people were terrorized in the South. Seeing Michael and Delroy being called that word up there really hurt their loved ones. And so everyone is trying their best to support each other. He proposed some plans in London to spend time with his parents as he recovers. The day after the awards, Davidson issued an apology saying that he was deeply mortified if anyone considers my involuntary tics to be intentional or to carry any meaning. During an apology at the ceremony, BAFTA host Alan Cummings addressed the outburst, thanking the attendees for their understanding and helping to create a more respectful show for everyone. The problem with both of these statements is neither of them address the people who are harmed by it. Neither of them address the communities that are harmed by it. And that's frustrating. That's frustrating. It's like, you know how like when you were a young kid and you're looking down and you say you're sorry, and your parents are like, no, look him in the eyes. Like, look him in the eyes. You disrespected them, right? You harmed them, right? Look them in their eyes when you apologize to let you know that you are addressing them directly. And this is the equivalent of them looking away. And that's frustrating. That's upsetting. A single apology mentions them, yeah. But I signed the guy was more worried about being perceived as racist and upset about himself for calling someone the N-word, whether intentionally or not. I mean, I don't think he should be upset about himself. I don't think he should be upset at himself for calling him the N-word, right? And it shouldn't be about him being perceived as racist either. It should be about, like, you know, the fact that this like it caused Michael B. Jordan's parents to break down in tears, right? It's the collective sigh of fatigue from the Black community that even in a moment of being recognized, right, of being on stage presenting an award, right, you're not safe from dehumanization. And just knowing and acknowledging that fact and being like, yeah, I'm sorry that I engaged in that system of white supremacy, right? But Black people all too often are just told to suck it up and deal with it. Suck it up and deal with it. From supposed leftists, right? Supposedly woke people. Just suck it up and deal with it. Interesting take from your blocked list. Vice versa, acting up, I'm not apologizing. Well, you know. Maybe the reason why I'm blocked is because I have a different take on this. Who knows? the situation all around, it could have been avoided by the BBC. Yeah. Yeah, they did harm the disabled community, black community, and intersectionality of both. They're responsible for the hate. Yeah. As a take. I mean, nobody's asking him to apologize for his Tourette's, but to apologize for the harm that he caused people, even if unintentional. Right? Oh, there's a good take that I had here. This one. I didn't get a chance to read this one. Realizing to never apologize or offer condolences for something you didn't directly or intentionally choose to do or cause mindset feels deeply connected to the I didn't do all the bad things my ancestors did, so how dare you expect me to acknowledge how I privileged from it. Yeah. It's a very like white supremacist, white exceptionalist centered and focused mindset of like, and there is something that we understand implicitly as black people, because we are always expected to apologize for other black people, right? And acknowledge the harm that other black people have done in our communities. Like we're expected to hold the doings of the Candace Owens and the Kanye Wests, right? And so we understand that like even if we do something unintentional or we harm somebody with our language unintentionally, that just accepting that, eating that, and being like, yeah, we're our bad, we're sorry, I'm sorry. It's like and also maybe this because I'm from the South, as well, because like it's like if you open the door into somebody, even if you didn't see them or didn't mean to, you just apologize, because that's like the normal human thing to do. I just think a lot of people just weren't raised with like, just manners. Holistically, it's like it's not an apology is not about you. That's the kind of the big thing, which is why white people never apologize for saying the N-word, or at least adequately, because they think, oh, I wasn't being racist. I didn't mean it like this. I, and not. How did you feel about that? Oh, I hurt you. I'm sorry for hurting you. There is this you don't owe anyone anything mentality. Yeah, and I just fundamentally disagree with that. Also, manners are very important in the black community. My mom would ask if I didn't say thank you or I'm sorry all the time. Yeah. And so it's not even about him apologizing for his tics, right? But it's about like, as I saw yesterday, living in a society and understanding that there's harm that you can unintentionally cause to people, right? And just acknowledge, not even about like apologizing, but at the very least acknowledging that you did harm to these people is an important thing, right? It is. And it's a frustrating situation all around. A part of our threats, my mom is still get offended sometimes when they have the outbursts. The idea that black people can't be offended by the use of the N-word even when it's involuntary is pre-white supremacy. Having a disability does not preclude one from learning about racial violence and taking steps to mitigate your role in propagating it. Yeah. And it's just like I'm not gonna sit here and act like it's a perfectly easy moral situation to solve or whatever. Like in a perfect world, he shouldn't have to apologize for his tics, right? But in the same vein, in a perfect world, black people wouldn't be subjected to dehumanizing racist language, right? So it's like an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. You feel me? Do black people just have to suck it up and deal with their racism, right? Or does he acknowledge that like, hey, I might have caused some harm unintentionally, and I'm sorry, right? And I think it's okay. It also does. I'm very much in my analogy era. It's kind of like First Amendment auditors a little bit. Like, how some white people will just like stick it to somebody just to make a point, kind of thing. I think this is less about like, this situation and more about like the point of like, like he should stick his feet in the ground and not move and never apologize for anything, kind of thing, right? Because on principle, right, you don't apologize for your disability. And so they're arguing based on like a hypothetical principle as opposed to, the reality of the situation that involves real people. So that's why they make a generalized statement and say you should never apologize for your disability. and not speaking to the exact, like what's happening here. You feel me? But I think I covered this to a pretty extensive degree. I don't know if there's much else to say or add in this situation. I don't know how true this is, but some British friends told me that there is a lot more education on Tourette's there, so there isn't a social expectation to make apologies. I still think that's very necessary for them to apologize publicly, as it was unintentionally watched live. But I mean, if I had Tourette's and I called a black person in there, I would apologize for any slur, not for take, but to hurt their feelings. I don't necessarily think your friends are correct on that, because like in his own, at the very least, in his own movie. And I saw somebody post a clip that got 26,000 likes being like, the addresses in the movie, you should never have to apologize for your Tourette's. And it's just like, the movie, that's not what the movie is saying. The movie is saying is that like in a space that is safe for him, right, in his house, right, he should be able to, live his life as a person without apologizing for his disability, right? That doesn't necessarily immediately translate to the rest of society. Right? If we lived in a perfect world where there was this overarching system of understanding of people, and there weren't these other factors at play, right? Then maybe. But like when you are in a situation where like you are causing harm to other people, even if unintentionally, like there's going to be feelings about that, right? And in the same way people are saying that he doesn't have to apologize for it, Michael B. Jordan and Dory Lindo and all the black people watching don't have to like necessarily offer forgiveness, right? Because it's not like they wanted to be called the N-word. It's not like they liked being called the N-word. Europe is far more racist than the US. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that, but I don't know. Tell you British people will say the N-word and get offended when you call them racist. I don't know. I think I made my point extensively so. Now speaking of racism, did y'all see this? Breaking, Hunter College professor Allison Friedman caught on a hot mic driving blatantly racist comments about black students. While a black 8th grade student testified against her school potential closure, Friedman was overheard saying, "They're too dumb to know they're in a bad school." She continued, "If you train a black person, well, you know what? I'm gonna let her say it. I'm gonna let her say it. I haven't even seen this. Let's see what this is about. Let's just take a little look-see."
Another important part of CES for me is our speech program. I've been receiving speech services since first grade. I attend Mr. Goldman and 2 other students on Fridays. He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Where's she at? She not on this. She might not be in the gallery. She censored. Wait, no, I think the censored one is the 8th graders, right? That's speaking. Why would they censor her? I don't know. Let's just okay. I'm procrastinating. I'm sorry. Trigger warning for racism. It's Black History Month. Why is this happening? Gigi, go next at this point. You know what I mean? Gigi, go next. Orpheus Online, thank you for the 10 months. Much appreciated.
Orpheus_online just subscribed.
Okay, let's go. Let's just rip the band-aid off. This is the type of art science teacher that complains about how students don't have enough personal accountability and never taught consequences. Yeah. Carmelia, and I listened for the past hour and agree with everything you said. Thank you, Chatter. I appreciate your perspective. I try to tackle this in a way that's not like, you feel me? Oh, this is a good news. Hold on, or show this Discord news as well. Should we say the name of the teacher? Yes. Let's just, you know what? Let's go. Let's pull it. Let's go it from the beginning, from the top. Make it drop. Let's go.
Another important part of CES for me is our speech program. I've been receiving speech services since first grade. I attend Mr. Goldman and 2 other students on Fridays. He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Black schools that like they're
They're
too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
In our class.
I mean,
bro, look at the reactions, bro. I'm Noah, bro. I'm Noah. That's me. I'm like, yo. You notice how none of the black people reacted, by the way? I'm like, yo, what? I know, which is why my camera is always off. Can you read what she said or paraphrase? I'll go over it in a second. Here.
they're too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
In our class.
I mean, fuck. But apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like, if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They're just
Allison Friedman.
Wait, are they all in the same room? Okay, no. Some people are in the same room. All of these people are in the same room. Who's she talking to though? Was she thinking out loud? She's probably just talking to somebody else on in person. Just gotta keep going to see how bad it got. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, with the second row to the left. Yeah, Therese is me. Wait, no. I think she's in this room. Because everybody is looking in one direction. Right? This is Felicia and Noah are right next to each other and they're looking in one direction. Right? Sharon's looking in this direction. I think they may actually be in the same room. Anna's looking in this direction. I think they're in the same room. Maybe looking at the chairperson. Maybe 2 separate rooms.
What you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You gotta stop.
No, hush mode, Allison. You got nothing else to say? You got nothing else to say?
Yeah, I'm sorry, sweetie. Go ahead, baby.
So this is what she said. She said, while an eighth grade student testified against her school's potential closure, Friedman was overheard saying, "They're too dumb to know they're in a bad school." She continued, "If you train a black person well enough, they'll know how to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore." Friedman later apologized, stating the views are not her own and she fully supports the student fighting against school closures. Okay, sure. The kids on a Zoom call were I think these are teachers. These are teachers here. These aren't kids. But I think you mean the other kids who are on the Zoom call. The kids on the Zoom call were stunned. In New York City officials call this abhorrent, not deplorable, abhorrent, blatantly racist, and despicable, especially with children testifying. The kids are blurred, maybe. That's what I said. But chat was like, no, that's the teacher. I think the teachers are officials. They might be the officials. I don't know. I just know she got fired. I didn't say she got fired. Let me see. I'm looking it up. Also, I love that allies in her name. You don't understand, Chad. She's an ally. Hunter College review to review professors' abhorrent remarks at meeting. Okay, they're just reviewing it. Ally son, indeed. Bro, I freaking hate. I don't. I just want to see the article, please. Please, can I not see the article? Is that so wrong? Just Internet Archive. Okay, somebody find me a link to this, please, so I can look at it. Liberal. To be fair, that Alex Jones clip is just so funny. And the way that it's used now, it's kind of like as like a towards somebody who's like being too woke. But I think we should change it. We should use it against white liberals who are being racist. That's my petition to the council.
Liberal. Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Bro.
Forced government
bro. Why are conservatives like funny, right? Liberals can never be funny, right? It's just, it's a shame. To be fair, it's like, I think it's unintentionally funny, but like,
liberal. Liberal, 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 liberal,
also
liberal.
The first liberal just like tickles my brain. Liberal.
Liberal. Liberal, 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 happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la.
What is the context? Did anybody ever find the context of this? Anyway,
I live like a capitalist every
is this not crazy? Is this not wild, bro? What is happening this Black History Month? What is going on? What is in the water, bro? Blah blah blah. Your street notification sound. Honestly, I could. Also, this is also a take. We still want it? Thank you, Chatter. I do want it. Liberal. Liberal, liberal, liberal. Don't worry, it's loading. Liberal. Liberal, liberal, liberal. Hello? Did it sound have a good take on the BAFTA stuff? Yeah. I think it was good. It was basically my take. So we agreed. He knew better. No, he had a good take. He covered it well. It's just like he was in here yesterday. There is a non-zero chance that was the case. So he covered it well. The chat, though, oh my goodness, do not even look at what the chat was about. The chat was on. It was on one, bro. The chat was on one, and the chat would be a problem. I was like, this is funny. This is coming back around. I covered this months ago. Chat, do you remember when I covered this months ago? I support Trump and MAGA to make money. I don't care about what the president. I'm a greedy bitch. Ordered $8,000 exhaust, and a week later, 57% tariff hit 3,000 plus gone. The president phase hater. Listen, I'm just objectively correct. I'm sure they get an LSF is probably why we've seen it this last year. But nobody listens to me when I say it. You know what I mean? Because of racism. No. Honestly, though, it does get a little bit frustrating where, like, why is my 3-year ago video popping up here? Man, this was a good YouTube setup. This was a good YouTube setup. Anyway, he's so young. I was so young. But here, in The Truth About Phase Class, to be fair, it had 10,000 views. It's not nothing. But it is a little bit frustrating as it pertains to like, I try to say these things. And like, just nobody listens. And so I am screaming into the void. I felt the way about Kamala as well. Or which is why I made my tweet about Kamala. I'm posting that Black History Month video. Black History Month gets worse and worse. I honestly did not work on it literally at all. So I don't know why I lied like that. I don't know why I lied like that. But this one. See, everyone is upset with Dropout right now? Yes. And if you have a link, send it to me. I did see that. I very, very much did see that. Because they say they're doing propaganda. Which honestly, they're not necessarily wrong about. Basically, they teamed up with The Rookie to make an episode of the show. And Smosh. The Smosh is a little bit different. I think they brought back a rapist or something. Also, Schoolie, if you wanted to work on a video from my streams about the BAFTA situation, you can feel free to work on that. If you can get it done by today, I will pay you a premium. $3? Shh. Yeah, we'll get to the Dropout stuff as well. It's just a rough situation because the premium is $0.00. Anxietism. For which one? Smosh or Dropout? Be paying now? If you edit for me, sometimes. He's talking about liberals feeling vindicated against leftists because moderate Dems are winning special elections. When the reality is that if people just hate Republicans right now, they vote for anyone blue. Yeah, $3 is $3. We'll get to this in a second. But like I was saying, like for my YouTube, Smosh for the Zionism. Oh, send that to me too. I'll look at that. Why not? And why it's a little bit frustrating. It's like I still can't really find my footing when it comes to my YouTube and what kind of videos I want to post. And like, I know this video should have been shorter. This video should have gone on a second channel. I understand and I acknowledge that. But like, then like this video didn't do that well. This video did okay. This video did okay. This video did pretty well. This video did really poorly. Like, I don't know. And YouTube is not great for discoverability either. Not like really. It's like a rich get richer kind of situation. Wait, okay, don't move. I missed. Wasn't that? I missed it though. I think you should limit yourself to time. Maybe do part 2s and 1s. No, times are important. It's an important thing. J podcast stealing your viewers. It's hard, right? It's hard because you need to be a personality. People click on YouTube videos because of people's personalities, right? Number one, you get return viewers by being a personality YouTuber. Number two, it's about picking subjects and getting videos out quickly, right? It's kind of like how like Omizi does it a little bit, but like, you know, and put out like topical videos about things that are not even that long. But so people realize like, oh, okay, I can go to Omizi for a video every day about what happened in the streaming ecosystem, right? And so building that is kind of the case. But the problem is that in order to make videos this consistent, you have to have like a consistent editor or editors to clip your streams, or this has to be your main thing. Like Omizi doesn't really stream on like stream. He just makes YouTube videos. And so he can spend like the 6 hours that I spend streaming on finding stuff to talk about, making a short script, recording a video, and then editing it and then posting it every single day. But I can't necessarily do that because I'm streaming during that time. And I stream for 6 hours and then I do that kind of stuff separately, like for hours afterwards. But that became too much for me. But my YouTube channel does not make enough money to justify an editor for every video, which is kind of the problem. If I was getting like 50,000 per video, maybe it would be the case. It could pay for itself, but getting there is a hard part. I don't know. It's a rough situation, right? But like, you know, it also does suck because, you know, like I had these takes beforehand, and just the issue is just like people just don't necessarily see them. Shout out when I said this immediately following the election, and a bunch of people, including an unnamed prominent leftist commentator, yelled at me that it wasn't the case. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the Smash Zionist thing is that Noah has family that are settlers in the West Bank. I don't believe he supports that, unless that's new info or developments. Does he say that he doesn't support that? They call it the Smosh boycott. Like if somebody like has like family in like the IDF, and you just say that as a fact, you don't say like, hey, that's a bad thing or whatever. Like you disagree with the IDF is doing, or if you have like family who are settlers, you're not say like, hey, I disagree with you know, settling in the West Bank because it's against international law. You know, people are gonna presume you agree with it. No, I stayed silent on it completely, which is cowardly, and that's gonna make people mad. Like, no, he's talked about how proud he was of his family being settlers. He's a Zionist. That's not what the chatter said. That's a different thing than what the chatter said. Anyway, let's start with the phase clip that's going back around, which is this one.
This is what you supported. You said you wanted Trump. Listen, bro, the reason I wanted Trump was because I wanted to make more money, all right? That's why. I'm gonna say it. At least I'm honest. I don't give a fuck. At least I'm not sitting here lying. I don't give a fuck who's the president. I want to make more money. I'm a greedy bitch, okay? At least I'm saying it. I've been saying it from day one. Now tell me why I ordered an $8,000 exhaust. And then a week after I order it, I get a call.
I'm changing my thumbnail. That's what I'm doing. Hold on. Give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm a genius. The clip is old. The clip is old, but it's coming back around now. I covered it. I probably covered it in this video. Honestly, where's it at? Wasn't it? I did not. I did cover it on the stream though. Eggs and grits with the FG is being released. I don't think that's what it's called. It's called Grits and Eggs. Oh, you passed it? No. It was a different Lacey clip, I think. I have a lot of clips here in this video. But I've covered it consistently. The clip was 7 months ago. Yes, I covered it then. The point of the matter is not that the clip is new, chat. The point is that people are bringing it back up, right? This was posted on February 21st, 2026, and it has 4.6 million likes or views, 10,000 likes. People are bringing it back up, and it's resurging.
You gotta pay a 57% tariff on it. What? I gotta pay an
And to be entirely fair, it's not like he was held accountable for this, by the way. So like, I'm not even against it not being brought up. You know what I mean? Because I'm not even against it being brought up again. It's not like he was held accountable for it. It's not like anybody, like, you know, told him that like, hey, your decision to do this was a bad thing. Right? Average voter, sadly, not necessarily. The average voter technically doesn't vote. At least a third of the, you know, voters don't vote. Like, they're non-voters. And a third votes for the Democrats and the third votes for the Republicans. That's kind of just how it works. There's a statistically insignificant amount of people who vote for third parties. He was especially given multiple passes by people in his peer group. Yeah.
extra over $3,000 when I already paid $8.
People bringing this up because of the kick drama. What is the kick drama? He's so dumb I can't deal with his squeaky voice, man. Too much drama I can't keep up. I thought I had my ear to the ground. Kick is the drama? No, something has to have happened with it. Alright, shh. The gnat has landed. I'm going to get it. Don't move. Where's the drama about body accusations? I think Eddie called out Lacey at some point. I don't know if that's what they meant. That was like months ago, though. Did you get it? Of course.
$1,000 on a fucking tariff. I don't even know what a fucking tariff is. This is what you said.
But yeah. So Lacey's getting drugged for this again. It's not as funny as he thinks. Basically, he said that he basically doesn't give other people as to suffer as long as we make more money. What asshole? Yeah, 10,000 likes, 10,000 likes. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a perfect example of like the window is shifting back further as Trump and the MAGA Republicans keep pushing things further to the right. The backswing will be larger. Does he fall off already? Not particularly. I mean, I haven't seen Lacey in like a collab with like, to be fair, I haven't seen many collabs happen nowadays anyway. You know what I mean? But to be fair, I'm also not watching that much other Twitch. All I saw was a clip that Valkyrie said about her brother dying that people got mad at. And people got mad at the people getting mad at that because like people were saying you don't become a good person when you die, which I don't disagree with. You're not on Nick from RBN wanting to use slurs. Bad and not good. You shouldn't call people slurs. I agree. Yeah, I think that it's dumb. Be like, hey, can the gay community give me the F slur so I can call Nick Fuentes the F slur? No. What is wrong with you people? You don't get to call bad representatives of people's communities like slurs. not in my worldview. I'm lost. Her brother died, and she got 8 for that. Her brother died, and she had a clip that said that they didn't have a good relationship, and that she didn't want to forgive him. And her mom called her crying and told her to forgive him, and she was like, "Okay, I forgive him, but I don't think what you've done goes away when you die. You don't become a good person when you die." And I was like, "That makes sense. I agree with that. You don't become a good person when you die." Unlike I didn't mean to.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
Too soon. Do we follow the drawing that shows the slurs as people who don't understand? Oh, you don't like doesn't hurt them, but hurts other people you don't know. I could draw it again. Bro, is there a single clip that came from the former Phase Boys who are that's not like completely obnoxious? Great idea. Expose 100,000 people to lights, flashing lights without any warning. Okay, trigger warning for flashing lights. Chat. So if you are sensitive to that, which I actually am, by the way, so I need to like kind of squint my eyes. Turn the volume down. Okay, thank you. I'm more sensitive to loud unblock Yoxic. That's never happening. I only unblock people to see the blocked posts that I wanted to see sometimes. So sometimes it won't show up if you're blocked. And then I block them immediately after. All right. Is this good enough? We're down to 20% here. And to like, about 20% here.
Subscribed.
Not counting phase violence. Blue departure, thank you for the tier 1. I hope it's loud. Okay, that's enough. How does it go on for? Jeff in 2026, yawn.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Goldie's big butt, thank you for the 2 months.
I live when
Imagine that blast at 100%.
Goldie's
Yeah.
big butt just subscribed.
The official statement from the BAFTA. Huh. Comments not off? Also, no, nobody sent this to me. That happened a few days ago. Clicked the link. I was washing my hands and I couldn't turn it off. Dang. I saw Maya yelling at Lacey yesterday. That was nice. Maya and Lacey were interacting.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye.
I thought that I would just, to be fair, I have seen less of the Phase Boys when Phase dissolved. We're going to die. 100,000 people in there. There's probably somebody with light sensitivity. Like you could set off somebody's seizure. Boomer got thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. A statement from the BAFTAs on Sunday's Film Awards. This was what the chat was saying about Lacey buying geckos and giving them away or something. We'll get to that in a second. Same for the BAFTAs. At the BAFTA award film awards last night. Wasn't it 2 nights ago? Oh, that's supposed to be yesterday. The BAFTA film awards last night, I guess heard very offensive language that carried incomparable trauma and pain for so many. We want to acknowledge the harm that this caused and address what happened and apologize to all. One of our guests, John Davidson, MBE, has Tourette syndrome and has devoted his life to educating and campaigning for better and understanding of this condition. Tourette syndrome causes involuntary verbal tics that the individual has no control over. Such tics are in no way a reflection of the individual's beliefs and are not intentional. John Davidson is an executive producer of the BAFTA's nominated film, I Swear, based on his life experience. We take the duty of care of all of our guests very seriously and start from a position of inclusion. We took measures to make those in attendance aware of the tics, announcing to the audience before the ceremony began and throughout that John was in the room, and they may hear strong language, involuntary noises, and movements during the ceremony. Early in the ceremony, a loud tic in the form of a profoundly offensive term was heard by many in the room. Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were on the stage at the time. We apologize unreservedly to them and to all that were impacted. We have to thank Michael and Delroy for their incredible dignity and professionalism. During the ceremony, John has chosen to leave the auditorium and watch the rest of the ceremony from a screen, and we'd like to thank him for his dignity and consideration of others on what should have been a night of celebration for him. We take full responsibility for putting our guests in a very difficult situation, and we apologize to all. We'll learn from this, and we'll keep inclusion at our core of all we do, maintaining our belief in film and storytelling is a critical conduit for compassion and empathy. Say what the word was. They will not say what the word was. They just said it was offensive language. I mean, that's probably the biggest L in the statement. Just calling like very offensive language, not like, I mean, they recognize like the history of the trauma and pain, but they didn't say what it was, which was the slur. That was an L. 2, they don't address the fact that Free Palestine was cut out and that the BBC did not cut it out from the broadcast itself. That's the main point of contention here. You know what I mean? That's the main point of contention, is that I don't necessarily think that like John should be applauded for like excluding himself and moving to a different room, right? Necessarily. Right? A slur was heard, and Michael Jordan and Delroy were on the stage at the time. That's how they framed it. Yeah, not like that a slur was hurled at them specifically. I will say, and this is kind of the question, is just like, is why it's a hard or difficult situation. I don't know how you deal with that, right? Do you stop Black people from going on the stage? You know what I mean? Like I think it could have helped if they had a better like warning, you know, like a better trigger warning. They'd be like, hey, you might hear some offensive language, and not be like, hey, John has an N-word tic, right? He says slurs. You know what I mean? Bring a towel and cover his face sometimes, maybe. No, that's not even the answer either, right? Thinking further of the possibility, like weeks prior, yeah. It's like, you know, the biggest problem is that like they Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were not prepared to be dehumanized on the stage. But the question is like, do you allow that dehumanization to exist? I hate the Charlie problem like comparison, but it is a little bit similar because like, you know, has an N-word tic as a wild sentence, but that's kind of what happened, you know? And so I don't know. It's just, I think there wouldn't be much of a problem if, look, I don't think Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo would have had much of an issue with it if they were properly briefed on like what could have happened. I think giving a general, you know, trigger warning to the entire audience is fine. But if you're going to have Black speakers on stage and you know that one of your guests has a tic to scream racial slurs at Black people, right? You have to give a separate briefing to those Black people. You know what I mean? Like you talk to your speakers and say, hey, you're going to be on the stage. We have somebody who is an honored guest here who has has Tourette's, and one of his tics is using racial slurs. Just know, and maybe even having John meet with the speakers beforehand if this is a known tic. Do you think a trigger warning would have changed if the public sees it? My response is the public shouldn't have seen it. That's the biggest failure, right? The public should not have seen it. They shouldn't have seen it. We should not have even, we should have heard that it would have happened through like some reporting, right? But we should not have, like, the people watching should not have been subject to the N-word. Because at the very least, if you want to say that the speakers and the audience consented to the racial slurs being said in their presence, the people watching at home who just turned it on did not. You know what I mean? Because imagine you're sitting there watching TV and someone's like, "Oh, Michael B. Jordan's on stage. Turn on Michael B. Jordan on stage. Please turn it on, Mom. I love Michael B. Jordan. He's my favorite actor. I'm 10 years old, by the way." And then like they turn it on and you just see the N-word being hurled at him. You're just like, well, that didn't feel nice. I didn't like that very much. Right? So I think they should have briefed the speakers on what potentially may have happened. They should have briefed the audience as they did, but like, you know, don't reduce it down to just offensive language. You know, if somebody has a slur take, you do have to, you know, tell people what the, like that you may hear things like racial slurs. That's more than just offensive language, right? And then cut it out of the broadcast. Those three things would have made this a virtual non-issue. Properly informing the speakers, properly informing the audience, and making sure that the viewers don't hear it. Right? And they failed on almost all accounts. And after the fact, talking to the speakers and making sure that that's okay. Because even if you did all the things, even if you informed the audience, even if you informed the speakers, even if you cut it out of the show, you should still check with the black people on stage who just had the N-word hurled at them at your event. Even if all of those things were satisfied. And they failed in that regard. Like education versus on Tourette's versus specifically Cabrera is here's what's stumping a lot of people. Maybe, but like I don't think that's even really the main point of contention because it shouldn't have even gotten that far in the first place. Right? Will Smith slapped another black man in the face and got a 10-year ban for the Academy. Two black men get the slur on the stage by white men they're expecting to be understanding. To be fair, it is a different situation. I just mean the people who said that he could have controlled it. Yeah, but again, I think that like that the misunderstanding is definitely a part of it. Will Smith did what? I know he could have killed him. Will Smith could have killed that man. I'm sorry. I can't with Amy Schumer, bro. I'm pretty sure Amy Schumer said that. That was Jude Law, I think. Was it? That was Amy Schumer. Amy Schumer said something. She said something about it. That was Judd Apatow. Okay, somebody said something. Okay, that's it. Okay, now I'm curious. What did Amy Schumer say? Amy Schumer, Will Smith. Zoe Kravitz? I don't think Zoe Kravitz said something. Oh yeah, Amy Schumer said that she was traumatized. That's what she said. She said that she was traumatized and triggered by the Will Smith slap. That's what it was.
Did I miss anything?
Amy Schumer traumatized by Will Smith slapping Chris Rock.
Schumer shocked and confused like the rest of us. Shortly after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock during the Oscars. Now the
he could have killed him. He could have killed that man.
Who emceed the big night is weighing in, admitting she is still triggered and traumatized by the whole thing.
Judd Apatow deleted his tweet where he said Chris Rock's Will Smith's slap could have killed Chris Rock. The slap heard around the world. He could have killed him. That's pure out of control rage and violence. They've heard a million jokes about them in the last 3 decades. They're not freshmen in Hollywood and comedy. He lost his mind. He could have killed him. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't. Anyway, we looked at the BAFTA statement. I said my thoughts on that. We're looking at this. Maya from Alveus got pissed at Lacey for buying 2 leopard geckos and then returning them after a week. Returned his pet cat after 5 days. Gave his Labrador retriever to his brother. Gave 2 geckos to a friend. He's done this before as well. He got a dog and then returned the dog like earlier too. He's done this consistently.
Those fucking geckos, and I told you, I said, Lacey, you better take care of those 2 pets for the duration of their entire lives.
I did.
Don't interrupt me. To listen, to give a good example to your young viewers that you don't get pets without doing proper research, and you take care of them for the duration of their lives because that's a commitment that you made to them. And do you remember you said, yes, I will do that?
Yes.
Now look into the camera and tell them, I will never get a pet again without doing proper research, and you shouldn't either.
Chat, I
was not taking this seriously. I can't. My dad's really good friends with the dad, so she's kind of friends with Lacey. I can't. I think they get too much leeway. I do. I think they get too much leeway. I think they get away with too much. And I think it's because they have a lot of viewers. I think people are not necessarily afraid to call them out, but like they don't necessarily want to cause problems. I think Maya did what she did. This is about Maya specifically, right? I think Maya genuinely wants what's best for the freaking animals that Lacey decides to get and then throw away because he doesn't necessarily like them for content. And so Maya is trying here, but like I think he gets away with so much. And they're never actually held accountable for it. Like the fact that multiple large, very prominent streamers did gambling ads and sponsorships to their child fan bases, and nobody has talked about it. Oh, except me though. Who did that? I don't know. It's just a little peeksies, a little look-sees down to my my YouTube channel, where you could look at this video. Streamers are running illegal Kalshi ads, where you can see all the streamers who are running illegal Kalshi ads. Streamers and rappers and celebrities and a number of different people who are running illegal Kalshi ads. But hey, in 3 months when Charlie Penguinzo talks about it, just know that I said it first.
will never ever get a pet again without doing proper research, and you guys should not either. Make sure to be responsible when you get pets, and make sure you are ready and responsible.
Do you remember when you got those fucking geckos and I told you, I said, Lacey, you better take care of those 2 pets for the duration of their entire lives.
I did.
Don't interrupt me. To listen, to give a good example to your young viewers that you don't get pets without doing proper research, and you take care of them for the duration of their lives because that's a commitment that you made to them. And do you remember you said, yes, I will do that?
Yes.
Now look into the camera and tell them, I will never get a pet again without doing proper research, and you shouldn't either.
Chat, I will never ever get a pet again without doing proper research, and you guys should not either. Make sure to be responsible when you get pets, and make sure you are ready and responsible.
Do you remember when you got those fucking geckos and I told you, I said, Lacey, you better take care of those 2 pets for the duration of their entire lives.
I did.
But yeah, this isn't the first time, and probably won't be the last time where Lacey gets pets and then just gives them away when he's done with them. But Nixie, I'm never gonna give you away. You're stuck with me for the next 15 years of your life. 20 years. How long do dogs live? 20 years of your life. till she's 90. Till you're 90. No, they live forever. You gonna live forever, Nixie? You immortal? You immortal, Nixie? Yeah, she says, I'm never dying. My tortoise has another 50 to 70 years. Dang, your tortoise is gonna outlive you, chatter. This is gonna outlive you and then carry the flame of the stream daily. I thought about this. If I died, Nix would just jump on my body. Isn't that crazy? I think she would ignore me for like a day. Okay, maybe not a day. Maybe like an hour, 2 hours. And then within the first 2 days, she'll jump on my body. Within the first week, she'll get into her food and then eat her food. And then in the second week, she'd eat my body. And in the third week, she'd break down my door, somehow open the elevator, go downstairs, and free herself from the shackles of this room. She would find a way to get out. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. She would find some way to get out of the apartment. Hey, baby girl. All right, go sit. Sit. Hey, sit. Good girl. She's very soft after she got groomed. Anyway, I covered these. Oh, Dropout. That's my next thing I wanted to cover. But would nobody find your body before she got to it? No. Nobody has access to my apartment. I'm like, not really. Even if they knew where I live, they couldn't get inside without a code. So they have to wait for somebody to come out, and they have to know what like floor I'm on, and then they'd have to like get into my apartment somehow. Right? Maybe they call the police on me. And maybe my parents, after not hearing from me for a week, would call the police, call the cops to check it out. Right? Because my parents have my address, but they are one of the few people that do have my address. You guys are seeing at some point. Yeah, but like, honestly, I don't think that smell will permeate that. Like, my walls are thick, chat. I'm yelling at my streams, and people are kind of fine with it. Go sit down. You know, you know what? She doesn't like to watch me eat unless I give her a treat. You want a treat, doggy? You want a treat, girly? You want a little treat? You want a treat? You want a treat? Come on. Come on. Told us to totally get up. Yes, I did do that. Wouldn't Nyx be loud? No. She'll bark at me, I guess, a few times. But I think she would eventually just lay down and be like, oh, he'll get up eventually at some point. And that's if I don't die Elvis Presley style on the toilet. Because if I die in the bathroom, she's just going to sit outside the bathroom and just wait. I don't know how long it would take for her to open the door. But that's how I want to go. True. Okay. We talk about, yeah, we'll talk about game changers as well. I want to watch a video first. What video can I put on? Ooh, actually, let's watch
this whole thing.
This
went way
responding to comments, explaining, responding to me. I'll watch this video while I eat my food, and then we'll go back to it.
Further than I thought it would have. Like, I honestly was just going to post my video and leave it at that. But then everybody just started watching it more. I don't really know why. This whole thing actually turned into something that I never imagined it would become. the crazy part about it is that
Also
it's
happening on Black History Month, bro. We cannot get a break. We cannot catch a break, bro. We cannot catch a break. Oh, and I saw a tweet. That called out somebody that I've been calling out, or that I called out a while ago. And I felt so vindicated. And I won't name who it is. And I also won't show you the tweet. But just know, I felt so insanely vindicated.
Transcended normal comic book spaces to the point where even people who don't normally talk about comics are talking about it. Like I saw content creator Lil Bill talking about it, which was not on my bingo card for any of that. And then I saw that W. Kamau Bell was talking about it as well, like in a reply to somebody else's post. I think it was Tony Weaver Jr. was talking about it, and Bell basically came in and replied to that, and he ended up deleting the reply, which I thought was kind of funny. But yeah, it's crazy how that works out. Some other people have also reached out to me that I normally would not have contact with, but I'll just leave it at that. But no, let's address the first thing. I'm not trying to take Rob's audience. I don't want his audience. Like, his audience wants something very specific. They want someone who is just going to spoon feed them a comic book and not offer anything transformative. That's not what I do.
I liked comic explains growing up. Like, I got a lot of my early comic content from Rob. Didn't know he was black, which is still crazy. He's not incorrect about that. Somebody who watches a channel called Comics Explained just wants to have its comics explained, right? And I think there's a market for that, right? Comics is a very confusing medium for people who are new, like beginners. You know? So it makes sense if you're like, okay, there's a new Avengers comic coming out. I know the Avengers from the movies, but like, can I just start and jump in? Or like, do I need the lore and the history? Will I not get some things? And so like, oh, there's this video. There's a huge like volume of videos about like the history of the Avengers comics and how it started, right? From Avengers #1. You're like, okay, interesting, right? And it's like, yeah, okay, you get that from Comics Explained. But if you care about the medium, you're not going to be receiving your comic book content from Comics Explained. Like, some people will still do that, and that's fine. It's nothing wrong with that, right? But it's making comic books digestible. And even if you like comic books, I can see why you would enjoy, like, falling to sleep to a Comics Explained videos, right? You get your comic book fix without having to invest your like attention in like actually reading them, and that's fine. That's okay. Right? But you're not getting anything deeper than that. Right? It's kind of like it's kind of like Found Flakes. Do y'all know Found Flakes, chat? This is a deep cut. Found Flakes is a YouTuber who does like ending explained videos. Right? So it'd be like Weapons ending explained, Keepers 2025 ending explained. And so it from the title in the thumbnail, you would think, oh, he's explaining the endings of the movies. But he's not doing that. He does a movie synopsis. If you click on this, he gives you the entirety of the movie. He says, these are all the things that happened in the movie, and this is the ending. Right? So like, you're not getting analysis really from Found Flicks. You're getting movie synopsi. And that's fine, right? I like Found Flicks because I don't like watching horror movies, but I am interested in like what a horror movie is about, right? And so I will watch a movie, like I found this movie about a horror movie that I just won't watch, right? And that's okay, right? And that's fine. But you're not getting analysis from Found Flicks, right? You're not getting analysis from heavy spoilers. I mean, I don't know how heavy spoilers, but like from like Comics Explained, right? Kill count. I mean, kill count is the same thing, right? Kill count is the same thing. It's like kill count where he is counting kills, right? And this is Deadmeat. And Deadmeat's sick. I think he's a leftist, right? You're not getting like analysis of the movie a lot of the time from a lot of these like synopsis explained channels. And so if you're doing or you're reading or watching Comics Explained, you're not watching it for like analysis. You're watching it to see what happened in this book that I didn't read. Same thing with the How to Beat channel. Yes. Right. It's basically synopsis with a twist. I call these channels, and I just made that up, synopsis channels with a twist, right? They summarize movies and they might have a twist. Like Kill Count and Deadmeat does like, these are how many kills happen in the movie. Foundflix does an ending explained. Let me explain the ending, right? You have How to Beat, which is like a synopsis, and they end the video with like, this is how you would beat it. You count CinemaSins. CinemaSins is also synopsis with a twist. It's a synopsis, but it's like a synopsis, but here are these like zany, quirky little moments that are like, these are sins in the movie, right? They're like synopsis with a twist. Quinn Ideas is the go, and he's black, so double W. Bro, I love Quinn Ideas. I've been watching a lot of Quinn Ideas recently. A lot of Quinn Ideas videos recently. But he does the same thing. It's synopsis with a twist. I'm watching a lot of Warhammer 40K videos. A lot of them are like synopsis with a twist. It's like, this is what happened in this Warhammer 40K books, right? But the twist is like, let me explain how this engages with the entire lore. Like, and this is fine. There's an entire complex of like people whose entire job is to summarize different mediums into other mediums, right? They summarize books and movies and TV shows, like Quentin Reviews does the same thing. Say I also put on Power Ranger synopsis as a background noise. Should I make Power Ranger synopsis videos? That would be fun. I would enjoy that. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I make my own Power Ranger synopsis videos. Oh, also a Totally Not Mark is a good example of this for Dragon Ball, right? I don't want to do this. Hold on, this one. Right? He does analysis though, to be entirely fair. Right? But like, see, One Piece season 1 review, 15 hours long. It's synopsis with a twist. Totally Not Mark is racist. Is he racist? Since when is Totally Not Mark racist? It's like Spark Notes. Yeah, it's like Spark Notes. He hates Black Panther, like the movie or the character. Why? Anyway, that's a different conversation. The concept of like the Black Panthers, like the organization. I'm curious. But point is that like you're not going to these channels for like substantive, like analytical content a lot of the time.
It just ain't in me. Sorry. And not to mention, his audience has never really been too terribly fond of me. Like, I remember when I first started, like, kind of picking up steam in the comic book space, I used to get all kinds of people from his audience coming to my comment section and talking shit about me, calling me a broke-ass Comics Explained, and that, oh, you're just copying Comics Explained, and which is kind of funny when you think about it, because, you know, even back then, I was like, we're not really the same, because, you know, we come at things from a very different angle. Rob doesn't talk politics in his videos. I will. That's already one thing we don't do the same. I also have a tendency to cover more Black-centric stuff on my channel than Rob would, and talk about it from an angle that I don't think Rob would be entirely comfortable talking about with his audience, because in the times where he has tried to in the past, he has gotten lit up for it. Yeah, no, I don't want his audience, and I don't think his audience wants me, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, they made it pretty clear in that deleted live stream. Rob and I don't do the same thing. Rob of Comics Explained, we don't do the same thing. Yes, comic book YouTubers who talk about comic books, but we talk about them in very, very different ways. There is nothing I have to gain from his audience, because his audience, and I know this because I have been in his comment sections, they want a very specific thing, and I don't provide that specific thing. If they want to
For
follow...
instance, discourse is hitting different communities. Yeah, it's Black History Month, but it is interesting. It is interesting, for sure. Right? 'Cause I don't think this guy's wrong or incorrect, per se. I think Rob from Comics Explained can cover what he wants to cover, but I think it's fair to analyze, right, his apprehension or lack of coverage as it pertains to Black comic book characters, right? Because that has material consequences, right? Because he's such a large YouTuber, what Rob decides to show his audience does reinforce what his audience cares about, and because he has an apprehension to like showing Black comic book characters, his audience doesn't necessarily care about Black comic book characters, which means that Black comic book characters have a smaller base of support, which means they get less material. There's less comic book runs released about it, and those disparities aren't fixed. You know? The Comics Explained was a guy who... Oh no, that's Casually Explained. I understand how it differs.
Follow me, that is fine, but I mean, I'm not actively trying to steal them, because they clearly, and I've seen people in his comments say as much, they prefer him because he just talks about the comic. He spoon feeds them the comic, and in a lot of cases makes it so they don't have to go out and buy them or read them themselves. I've even seen him talk to somebody recently, somebody I'm actually going to be talking to by the time you probably see this video. I've seen a couple of people actually say as much. Kamal Bell, I also saw say something very similar, that, oh yeah, I follow him because I don't have time to read comics, don't want to read comics, don't want to pay for comics, whatever. Either one of these people have said some variation of that, and that's what they want. And for me, while I do talk about comics, and I do like, primers, explainers, whatever you want to call them, I talk about them from a very different angle. Like, Rob doesn't bring his political beliefs into it, and I think that's probably why he thinks he knows my political beliefs so well, because it's kind of one of those things. I wear them on my sleeve. I'm very open about it. I don't really give a shit. Who knows? I'm a leftist. That's not a surprise.
W.
I think to anybody. Not a liberal, mind you. I hate liberals.
Respect. Respect. That's all I need to know. Respect. 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 That's my take, bro. I don't care who he's against. This guy is not wrong. Not even just saying that he's a leftist, but being like, I can't stand liberals. That's me, chat. That's me. We should collaborate. Hold on. Does he have a Twitter? Probably doesn't have a Twitter, bro. Dang it. I was gonna follow him on Twitter. Call him right now. That's sick. That's good. I am proud. He left Twitter. Dang it. That's where all my clout's on. You got a viral flash clip. Power Rangers collab. I don't know if he's covered Power Rangers. I can talk about how, I have a lot to say about Power Rangers comic books. I have so much to say about Power Rangers comic books and Boom Studios and how they are so, please, for the love of everything, let Mighty Morphin go. They're making a new series that are finally bringing in other characters from other series, but I beg of you, for everything, let Mighty Morphin Power Rangers go. You can do other series, please. And I love Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, but like, you have all of these characters with super sick and awesome costume designs. Like, just pick a series, bro. Just release a line of comic books, Power Rangers Mystic Force issue #1, and just make there's whole worlds out there, bro. There's whole worlds out there. We do not need to be stuck on Tommy all the freaking time. Please. Tommy's a cool character, sure. But like, ugh, I just.
Liberals are the fucking worst, but I am a leftist, and in all that entails, and you know, if people have a problem with that, then they have a problem with that. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I don't want anyone to know what it is I think. No, I talk about it all the time, especially if you tune in for like the Nerds of Culture streams on Thursdays. I like to go into the political analysis, the social commentary, you know, and all that stuff. That's why Rob and I are very different. That's why I say that, like,
54 is a good lore, good idea, actually. It's like fucking Narnia with magic swordsmen, magical girls. It's like if Narnia met magical girl sorcery. That's awesome. The show, not my favorite show, but like the concept is fantastic, bro. It's like medieval magic Narnia sorcery. What, the Super Sentai version? I have not. I know I should watch Super Sentai. But like I just have not done it yet. Oh, excuse me. Apparently Magic Ranger is really popular. It's really cool conceptually. I thought there's no more Sentai. Honestly, to be fair, I think it should have ended with Samurai. The series of young RJ from Jungle Fury. That is a good example. Yes. Yes, give me young RJ. RJ was sick. I was like, Jungle Fury, fantastic. Dino Thunder, fantastic. Time Force, bro, give me a Time Force comic book. Please. Please, that would be sick. Lightspeed Rescue, very good. Ninja Storm, very good. Samurai, bad. There's no other way to say it. But Power Rangers Prime, pretty good, actually. Wild Force, middling. RPM, good. And base, sick. SPD, propaganda, but I let it slide this time. You know what I mean?
People try to say, oh, you're trying to steal his audience. No, my audience.
Also, Black Red Ranger. You're an op, they won't be able to sell any of those books. You're wrong. You're wrong and incorrect. You would have been right in 2005 or 2010. You are incorrect and you are wrong. Those books would sell like fucking hotcakes. Do you know how popular the Disney era, the Jetix Disney era of Power Rangers was? Insanely popular. Honestly, at this point in time, I would go as far as to say that more people right now, right, who are adults who are engaging with comic or with Power Rangers, would watch. They probably watched the Disney era more than they've watched Mighty Morphin. Did you see the Spider Noir trailer? I actually have not seen the Spider Noir trailer. I was supposed to watch it, but I haven't gotten around to it. Mighty Morphin is slop. Okay, not too much on Mighty Morphin. All right. I went back and I watched it again. It's honestly a very good series. It's actually very good. Wait, it's live action? Nicolas Cage is in it. Can I say that I'm not the biggest fan of Nicolas Cage as an actor? No, we'll get to that in a second. Wild Force is probably my favorite. Wild Force was probably my least favorite of all the series before Samurai. I never just liked any till Samurai. Agreed. Wild Force is one of my least favorites. Wild Force and Turbo. Turbo holds a special place in my heart because I love the Turbo movies, but Wild Force and Turbo were not my favorites. But everything past Samurai was bad. Samurai itself, while being the worst of what came of everything came before it, was the best of the new era, right? Samurai was at least watchable. I had an issue with the how they portrayed the black character. I think his name was Kevin. Like, bro, Kevin was like, Massa Jaden, what do you want from me? Yes, Massa, yes. And I was just like, please, 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 please. I can't do this. I can't do this. Yeah, I agree with this. I saw the tweet. I agree with it. He was dick sucking Jaden the entire show. I'm like, bro, the best dynamics between and this is a problem, right? The most interesting thing that Power Rangers does with its characters is the dynamic it has between the Red and the Blue Ranger. That is the most interesting thing that it had up until the Nickelodeon era, right? It was handled very well in SPD, right? Honestly, I think Mighty Morphin, it was less the dynamic between the Blue and the Red Ranger. It was the dynamic between the Black and the Red Ranger, right? You had Zach versus Jason. They were kind of battling it out for like who would be the real leader of the team. But we knew out of universe that like it's obviously obviously it's Jason because Jason's the Red Ranger, right? But this is why I like Tommy. I do like Tommy as a character, but I think the introduction of Tommy kind of ruined that dynamic, right? If you watch Mighty Morphin Power Rangers before Tommy, you see Zach and Jason butting heads all the time about what is the best way to like, run the Power Rangers, right? But then they introduced Tommy, and Tommy just kind of took that role from Zach and sidelined Zach as just being like, you're the black character, Black Ranger. The real dynamic is between who runs the team, Tommy or Jason. And I was like, awesome, cool, whatever. That's kind of lame. I'm sorry, it's lame, right? I liked it more when like it was Zach versus Jason, and they sidelined Zach for the entire series essentially. Now the Red Ranger was the original leader. He was, right? But it is interesting to think of the dynamic between like, because if you and 5 of your friends got superpowers, right? And one of your friends just is called the leader, you're not just gonna suck it up and accept it. You're gonna be like, whoa. Why is he the leader? Hold on a second. Why is that guy the leader? Why can't I be the leader? Just because he's the red color? What's that about, right? And that's an interesting dynamic. You know what I mean? That's an interesting dynamic you can play with. True, men especially. And I think that was a really cool thing that they could have done that they never did in Power Rangers, right? To talk about like the misogyny of how it would appear of a man who's like, I'm the leader, but he gets his power coin and he's the Blue Ranger. It happened a little bit in SPD, right? You saw it with in SPD with the Red and the Blue Ranger, where the white guy was like, no, my dad was the Red Ranger. What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm the Blue Ranger? My dad was the Red Ranger. What? I'm legacy. I deserve it. And there was somebody who was like a criminal, basically, who was the actual leader of the team. That was so interesting. That was very interesting, right? And I wish we got to see that when it comes to like the misogyny of like how actually legitimately men would react to like getting superpowers but being told you need to now listen to this woman. This woman is your boss. Because we know that men in the real world don't react very well to that. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's a cool thing they could have done. But Power Rangers kind of fumbled, which is why this is correct. Power Rangers seasons you can rewatch without feeling the maximum amount of cringe. Right? Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. You can't watch Alien Rangers. You can watch Zeo. You can't watch Turbo. You can watch In Space, Lost Galaxy, Lightspeed Rescue, Time Force, Wild Force, Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder, SPD, Mystic Force. You can't watch Operation Overdrive. I disagree with this, actually. I do think Operation Overdrive is not like a great show. I think it's fine. Right? I think it's fine. But Jungle Fury is just significantly better. Great follow-up. And then RPM. I would agree. Skip everything that follows it. I tried to give Samurai a chance. It was bad, but I was like, okay, it's whatever. But then Megaforce came and ruined the entire thing. Also, for me, a big part of it is how the morphers look. One, I love wrist morphers. I go crazy for wrist morphers. I think wrist morphers are the best morphers in the series, right? It goes wrist morphers, phone morphers, and then other types of morphers. You feel me? Like, wrist morphers, and then Jungle Fury's sunglasses morphers, and then phone morphers, and then the rest of them. That's it. And if the morphers look bad, I'm mad at it. And that's what happened with Megaforce. The morphers were fine up until Megaforce. They had these they're like, guys, we need to morph. They're like freaking like swimsuits. They pull out this giant box, basically. They're like, guys, look, we need to morph. They took a card out of somewhere. I don't know where they get the card from. They put the card inside the giant mouth. They slam it shut to morph. I'm like, that's so bad, bro. That's so, I'm gonna show you, hold on. This was the morpher, bro. It looks so bad. It looks so bad. Also, you say like Kamen Rider has morph, like, but like in Kamen Rider, they got sauce though, bro. They flip their freaking belt. Psh, it just like, you're like, dog, that's saucy. That's so saucy, right? Megaforce just never had that. Here.
Follow my lead. It's morphin' time.
I'm sorry. You can't show me this and expect me not to laugh. The entire point of Power Rangers is that these are teenagers trying to like be superheroes on the side, which is why it makes sense that they have phones to morph with. Or they have like in Dino Thunder, they had like a morpher on their wrist, but it kind of transforms into a bracelet. It transforms when they're ready to morph, right? You pull this thing out of somewhere. I don't know where they're keeping these. It's not fitting in your pocket. They're like, all right, guys. This is how they are. Like, all right, guys, it's time to morph. Let's go. And you're like, bro, where did you get this from? It's time to morph, guys. Let's go. You're like, where did you get that from? Where were you keeping that? Like, where were you keeping that thing, bro? I'm sorry. I can't. But look, and it's not even okay, that would be bad. That would be bad. But it's worse.
It's morphin' time.
Because you have to pull out a freaking card. What is this? Is this a freaking arcade game? Am I at Dave & Buster's right now? Oh, you can't even see it. Okay, hold on. Here.
Follow my lead. It's morphin' time.
You know what I mean? Like, you pull out a freaking card like it's an arcade. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, arcades sometimes have these like decorative cards you can get and collect. It's like, where did you even get that from? It's like Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. It's like, yeah, guys, you put a giant apparatus and then like a card. Like that's such a lame morph, bro. I'm sorry. I couldn't even try this one, bro. It's so freaking lame. It's so lame. Sit down. Thanks. Sit down. Stop. I saw what you was trying to do. What are you doing? What are you doing? Huh? No, don't leave me. No. I saw that. Power Rangers roar. Anyway, I won't finish it. Watch. It's still bad. I'm sorry, bro. It's sauceless. Sauceless. There's no sauce here. No sauce. No sauce. What do you mean, bro? They're like, let's morph. I stop. I can't. I can't. Hey, stop. Stop. No. Hey. I think it's from this. No, it's not from a credit card machine. I'm sorry. This is also this is also a Sentai L. Super Sentai L. Like, it's just.
Go, Mega Boys!
I hate it so much.
Mega Force! Red!
Okay, I will say, I kind of like the Power Rangers version a little bit better.
Mega Force!
Also, why? Okay, after we got a super sick, we got a sick black ranger, not like a black color ranger, but like a Negro ranger. We got a sick Negro ranger in RPM, right? In RPM, like after that, we just got the same kind of black person. Like, you know what I mean? Like we got Broski here. He's able to have his hair out with like an afro. He was swagged up. Like, we got sick bomber jackets. But after this, they were like, all right, no more cool black rangers. We need to have black rangers who only dick ride the Red Rangers. Is that a flip phone? Yes. Yes, it is.
RPM! Getting killed!
Stop. Thanks, you gotta sit down. Sit down. Come here. Come here. Get too much sauce, you can't replicate him. I feel like this RPM was an attempt to replicate the sauce that Jack had in SPD. Because Jack was saucy. So he's red. I thought the main guy was some quirked up standard white boy. No, sometimes they pop off with a sit down. Sometimes they pop off with giving black people a few crumbs. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to this video. Maybe we'll talk about Power Rangers a little bit more later. Mr. Force Wand 8. True.
Is my audience, and they come to me because they want those things I offer. If they don't want those things, they would go to Rob.
Mention Jack without showing him.
People...
You're right. You're right.
It's Jack! You guys need any help? Just him.
I like how it changed his clothes though. Bro, my Red Ranger had dreads. My Red Ranger had dreads. Like, come on, bro. It's so. This is why representation is so important, bro. This is why representation is so important. These things say police on it. He is a cop, to be entirely fair. So it's only half representation, half points. But like, I'm like, dog, we the Red Ranger, bro. We was Red Rangers. I'm sorry. Is that too far for Black History Month? Is that too much? Maybe a little bit too much. Let me chill. She quit to do mutual aid though. Spoilers.
Let's get this party started. SPD red.
Bro, he had a siren on his head. That was so swagged out. They were cops, but they were so swagged. You wouldn't call this guy the N-word. I'm so sorry. I didn't know we had a Black Red Ranger. We had two Black Red Rangers. Actually, three. We had three Black. I think Cosmic Fury had a Black Red Ranger too. Or no, the one before that. Hey, baby girl. Doing okay? You should have been allowed to say it, True. We got Turbo though. Oh, Turbo, you're right. Turbo. But they didn't they demote him in space? Or did they demote him after in space? No, they did demote him in space. They did. They demoted him. I remember. They did my man TJ dirty. I remember. I was like, oh, I was mad about that. Sit down, doggy. You have to sit. You have to sit. Thank you. You have to relax. All right? You're not having my food. Let's continue.
Who are already there with Rob, I'm pretty sure they don't want to fuck with me. I think it was kind of funny because I actually saw a couple of different videos. There was a live stream. Actually, there's two. There were two live streams that Rob did. One of them I actually got to screen capture. The other one mysteriously vanished. But it was one I actually watched. But he kind of repeated a lot of it in other places, and take that however you want. But I did find it interesting that some of the ones that he did, in some cases, mischaracterizing what I said about him, because I when he was talking to Saros, it was funny to me because one of the things they kept harping on was how I was trying to police what it was that he did on his channel. And I think I distinctly remember saying in the video that I released, I didn't care what he did on his channel. I think I might have passingly said, could he cover more Black characters? Sure, but I mean,
we do not care.
Rob could literally say, I'm covering white characters exclusively from now until the heat death of the universe. I would not care. And the main reason why is because I'm not subscribed to Rob. I don't see his videos, ever. I have to go looking for them. I just don't need what Rob offers because I read comics. I don't need anybody to spoon feed me a story about a comic. I've already read it or am about to read it myself if it's something new.
Also, yes, the Wild Forest Red Ranger killed his roommate with a sword. This is a thing that happened. The Wild Forest Red Ranger killed his roommate with a sword. Into or out of suit? Out of suit. He just got really mad. They were arguing. He picked up a sword and they killed in the real world. Wild Force also had an issue of the same issue with making the black guy the Blue Ranger. All right, stop making the black guy the second fiddle. Gosh darn it. They did it in Wild Force. They did it in Dino Thunder. They did it in Samurai. Did it in Megaforce. They kept doing it so much. But it was cool though. He was sick. If you're gonna do it, give him sauce at least. But yeah. In February 1st, 2015, Medina was arrested after allegedly stabbing to death his 38-year-old roommate, Joshua Sutter, on January 31st. Sutter had been stabbed in the abdomen with a medieval Conan the Barbarian sword at a home in Green Valley, West Palm, California. Medina called emergency services and Sutter was pronounced dead upon arrival at the hospital. Medina was initially held in a $1 million bail, but no charges were filed against him from the district attorney due to the request of the further investigation. So he was released on February 3rd, 2015. Medina claimed that he stabbed Sutter in self-defense after Sutter forced the door open to Medina's bedroom, into which Medina and his girlfriend had retreated after an argument between Medina and Sutter. Medina has lived in the home in Green Valley for approximately 2 months. On January 14, 2016, he was arrested again on murder charges in connection with Sutter's death. At the time, Medina was facing a possible sentence of life imprisonment with a parole after 26 years, with the prosecutors planning on asking Medina to be held on a $1 million bail. On March 16, 2017, Medina pled guilty to one felony count of voluntary manslaughter. On March 30th, 2017, Medina was sentenced to a maximum of 6 years in prison. As of 2020, Medina Jr. has been released from prison in an interview with Wild Force co-star Zach Guzman. Who's Zach Guzman? Which one is he? Is he the black guy? He is the black guy. I think. No, he's not the black guy. He's the Black Ranger. That's different. Yo, he looks so different. Wild Force mid anyways. It wasn't my favorite. It wasn't my favorite. But they did have one of my favorite Ranger spreads, right? Real Power Rangers heads know that like they had a Red Ranger, a white/pink Ranger, a Yellow Ranger, a Black Ranger, and a Blue Ranger. Like, it's pretty similar to the Mighty Morphin one, but the Pink Ranger is like white. Right? And they had Forever Red. That was cool. Other than that, I think their morphing style was a little bit mid, but you know, it's whatever. It is what it is. Let's continue with this. Do you need some water, doggy? Want some water? Come on.
So yeah, it's what he has to offer is not of any value to me. The thing, and this has always been the thing, is that he seemed to not think it was that big of a deal to be following two of the most virulent racist ever in the history of our internets, and people who have been, I would say, 99.99999% of the reason why the comic space on the internet has been an absolute cesspool. Even worse, knowing with information that's come out recently that the whole like comics gate and all the people that you are in the comic scene who are spreading all this hateful rhetoric, it's all like an Epstein psyop, apparently. So that just makes it even more weird that he thinks that listening to these people, offers any merit. But I tell you what, this is what I want to do. I actually want to show you guys something. This is actually a video clip that a friend of the channel, Dane of Actual Fandom, put together. And it basically kind of makes my point about the two people who he follows, who Rob thinks their opinions have some merit. After this clip, I want you to seriously think about whether or not you think there's any value in following people like this. Like really check whether or not
the Ninja Red Ranger also has an awful story, domestic abuse trigger warning in his story. Isn't he dead? Didn't he die? Say run it back.
This is actually a video clip that a friend of the channel, Dane of Actual Fandom, put together. And it basically kind of makes my point about the two people who he follows, who Rob thinks their opinions have some merit. After this clip, I want you to seriously think about whether or not you think there's any value in following people like this. Like really check whether or not you believe you need people like this to keep you on the, the quotey fingers side of the angels.
I'm not a racist. And it turns out the villain of The Watchmen is going to be, and this is going to be a shocker to y'all, I know, I hope you're all sitting down, white supremacy.
Why is that a problem?
Yo, Nerdrotic is ugly.
I'm not
Sorry.
A racist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist.
maybe it's just because of how acceptable and normalized anti-black racism is. But the two things that floored me the most is this one.
I'm not a racist.
And this one. Whereas I see anti-blackness and I'm like, okay, that's normal. But then like, yo, Andor's legitimately a good show. You can't even turn your anti-woke brain off for 2 seconds to like, I don't know, enjoy a very good show. The literal best that Star Wars has to offer. I'm not even joking. And I like Star Wars, but Andor is legitimately the best that Star Wars has to offer. By far. By far. And you can't even enjoy that because of your racism? I can't. How do these people live their lives? You know what I mean? I can't. Not only is Andor a phenomenal show, but Cassian as a character is infinitely more interesting than Han. 100%. But to be fair, it's because when Han was introduced, it was just, it was very early in Star Wars, you know. I can respect the original trilogy for what it gives, right? It was very early in the Star Wars mythos. Things weren't planned out in the way that we see it now. But to be able to top the nostalgia, to put out Andor and put out an objectively, you know, fantastic show is like, hats off to the team. You know? Okay, that's insane.
A racist.
That one's insane. That's crazy. That's insane. Then I made a movie for Han and still didn't move me. Oh, I didn't watch it. Maybe that's a me thing. I didn't watch Solo. I never really liked Han's character personally. That's just you know, I get why people liked him. He was like the rapscallion, the rascal. It was never really for me.
Now you look like one.
Despite having some reservations, Marvel went ahead with their big gamble. Because there wasn't enough diverse women in this film, we get cameos from King, Valkyrie, and non-binary. With all the identity politics, and sure, you've heard me and many others call out diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, that's not Supergirl. Listen, I know there's a ton of Supergirls. I know. But that's not that Supergirl.
Yet another racist.
Bro, how racist do you have to be to look at a baddie Supergirl and be like, well, she's not blonde, so she's not for me? I don't get it, bro. She doesn't have a blonde hair and blue eyes, and therefore she's not my Supergirl.
I know. But that's not that Supergirl.
Yet another race and gender swapped character from the comics, Dar Ben, who comes off as a soccer mom, created by John Logie Baird, who they did not race swap because the BBC probably didn't have to fill any diversity quotas this episode. A race and gender swapped Robin Hood First Doctor is now a diverse little girl, small little diverse girl to play on. Not sure what happened to all the dudes in Wakanda. Maybe they went off to get a pack of Salems and never came back.
Both sides want to stir it up. That is in their best interest because it creates views on the YouTube side and it creates clicks on the website side. But it's very beneficial to them. And yeah, we don't get into that.
I'm not here to blame Moses Ingram or criticize the human being. She is simply just an adult pretender who took a job with a billion-dollar corporation who's using her as a pawn.
Because it creates views on the YouTube side.
Just an adult pretender?
Yeah, we don't get into that.
We'll get to who's to blame in just a moment.
Because it creates views on the YouTube side, but it's very beneficial.
And spoilers, it's not you.
Both sides want to stir it up. It creates views on the YouTube side. It's very beneficial. What happens when things get too big is too many, I used to call them back in my drug days, sponges. Okay. Sponges are people who used to sponge on you and they'd hang around you because you had all the dope or all the money.
I'm not a racist.
You pretend to be. For the money, for the glory, mostly for the money.
That's worse than meth. I'm sorry, but Rob, you're never beating the charges on this one. Now, to be fair, Rob claims that he doesn't follow them on anything but Twitter. He says he doesn't follow them on YouTube or whatever. I mean, whatever, dude. We can believe that or not believe that. I don't really care. But I do think it's funny that, that is somehow, that somehow is harm reduction. Because I'm going to keep it a buck with you. It's not like they don't post their videos and views on social media to some degree or another, whether it's in clips or whatever. So, and I don't know, I think the idea of just saying that, oh, it's not that big a deal, I follow him. Here's the thing, you're trying, he keeps trying to equate them to be like, oh, it's like watching CNN and watching Fox News, and it's like,
I mean, you shouldn't be watching Fox News for like, unless you're doing like analysis. Like, you can't, and this is my problem. I'm not a big fan of like follow policing holistically, but like people have a right to question it if you're like apolitical and you follow bad people. It's like the Emeru thing, right? Like, he's not just the fact that like Emeru, or not even Emeru, but like, that's not a good example, but it's not even just the fact that you follow bad people, right? It's the fact that like you present yourself as apolitical or not talking about politics, but you do engage with politics by following bad political people, right? There is no apolitical. Apolitical does not exist. You are political. You're just political in a way that, you don't want to be criticized for. Yeah, I would agree, but its behavior in conjunction with those he follows heavily implies that he agrees with them to an alarming degree, which may be unfollowed. No, I agree with you, right? I completely agree with you. And the problem is that the people have a right to question, like, hey, you follow these bad people, do you agree with them? And you have to, say no, right? Because your following of them is not apolitical in nature, right? But your decision to defend following them is also not apolitical in nature, right? You're defending them by proxy. Anyway, I have to use the bathroom as well.
It's like, no, that's not what this is. You're trying to, both sides, virulent, rabid racism, because that's all they have to offer. They are even very open and honest about the fact that they're grifters. So why the hell do you think there's anything they could say that has any fucking merit? Like, I'm sorry, but dude, this is cooked. And then, to address that little video that he put out the other day, which I'm going to go and keep it a buck with you, all that little 16-minute video was, and I actually thought about going through it line by line, but I'm not, because honestly, I watched the 1.5 hour long video he did with Saros. I actually have watched it twice now. I watched it, once just at length, and then I watched it a second time, like sped up by like ×2 because it was fucking long and it was a lot of nothing. But he just repeats a lot of the same things that are in that Saros interview. I mean, almost word for word, almost as if it were practice. And I saw where he was like, oh, I was going to light him up. I was going to call him everything to a child of God. But here's the thing. What are you going to call me? What were you going? I'm actually very curious to know. I almost messaged him to be like, hey man, what were you going to call me? Because I don't think there's really anything you can call me. I mean, not that would hurt my feelings or anything. I mean, I think anything negative you could say about me would probably be either a lie or a very huge stretch of the truth. And that would be just at best. Because for the most part, I'm not saying I'm a perfect person, but I mean, I don't follow virulent racist. I don't follow or endorse anti-Semites or anti-LGBTQIA plus people. I am, it's not a thing. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm curious to know what it was he thought he could have said that would have been so bad. What was he going to call me? Like a radical leftist scum? I mean, I would have brushed my teeth with that. And don't threaten me with a good time, okay? Don't threaten me with a good time. But yeah, man, I don't know. I think all this stuff is really kind of crazy because I think I said this in the video before, like, I honestly was just going to say my piece and leave it at that. And, Rob is entitled to respond, to whatever he wants to respond to, because, I mean, he is the subject of it. I will say I have seen some people that have made videos in regards to what I had to say, and there are some people who have said some pretty wild shit. Some of it I agree with, some of it I don't. And since Rob has been playing vague about shit, I guess I'll play vague about that too. I think I said this in the other video. Rob and I were never friends. Like, we were never I would be open and honest about the fact that I wanted to be friends. I thought that, that was something that, would have been nice, but like, you know, as time has passed on, and honestly, I don't think that would have worked out very well in the long run anyway, because in this day and age where, you know, things are as awful as they are, I don't like both sidesers. I don't like centrist. I don't like moderates. I don't like people who try to pretend to be enlightened centrists to act like, oh, being in the middle is the perfect place to be. You know, I think that shit's stupid. I think it's stupid. And it's kind of how we get to where we are right now, is because there are too many people trying to pretend that the truth is in the middle, when in reality, it's not. I'm not going to play that game. Not going to play that game. And the other thing that I'm really not going to play is, you know, this whole idea that, you know, because people have been trying to be like, oh man, it's so terrible to see two black men beefing, man. Oh my god, man, y'all need to kiss and make up and, you know, get back together and try and work this out. And here's the thing, I would not be able to make nice with Rob based on some of the things he has said and done. You know, just keeping it a buck. You know, he tried to like blow off the Angel Reese shit, but I was like, dude, you called Angel Reese a braggart and cocky and arrogant and all this other stuff. And Caitlin Clark is all of the same things. She just, I don't even think she hides it better. She's just a white woman, so she gets a pass. But that's another story altogether. But yeah, just the way he kind of responded to that and like his dismissiveness of, and I'm not talking about the fact, I think that's the other thing people got mixed up. I'm not talking about the fact, I don't care whether he likes Milestone or not. I really don't. But it was the dismissiveness of the tone that he spoke with when talking about Milestone, where I was just like, yeah, I don't like that. That doesn't sit right with me. Like, it's stuff like that. And then also just, you know, how he finds merit in the things that white supremacists say. I can tell you, I don't agree with him on anything. And I am pretty safe and secure in the knowledge of that. Are you really so cooked? Are you really so simple of mind that you need white supremacists in order to dictate your moral compass? And, you know, I mentioned earlier that Lil Bill had a reaction to the situation. There was one particular part, and I'll play this clip, but you should go watch the whole video. But he breaks it down in a way that I thought was pretty damn effective. So I don't know, here, check it out.
I don't gotta read Mein Kampf to understand why Nazism is bad. I don't gotta do that shit. I don't gotta read the Turner Diaries, you feel me, to understand why racism is bad. I don't need to do that. You feel me? I don't need to listen to, you know, Kanye's Nazi song. I got that J Electronica joint dropping in a couple of days. You feel me? I don't need to listen to Jay's next album whenever it come out to understand why anti-Semitism is bad, why anti-Semitism is a problem. I don't need to actively, that's on me then.
And once again, go check out the full video. I'll leave a link in the description below. I don't need racist to help me figure out whether or not I'm on the right side of something. I have a pretty strong moral compass. You know, if I see something questionable, I have mechanisms in place to, you know, and these are all mechanisms that are internal, in my head, in my heart, in my soul, you know, if you believe in such a thing, to help me figure that shit out. I don't need anyone to say racist things around me to be like, huh, you know what? I was right. I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't want anyone to think that, like, I don't think there is any merit to listening to people I disagree with, but here's the thing. When we disagree on my fundamental right to exist, there is no both sides. There is no centrism. There is no, well, I might be making some points. No, there's none of that. Sorry. It just ain't. It just ain't it. I'm sorry. You know, if that's you,
this is a sick Negro.
But that's some sick Negro shit. Sorry. Not sorry. Yeah, man.
I'm back. Hold on.
And try and work this out. And here's the thing. Where, you know, things are as awful as they are, I don't like both sidesers. I don't like centrist. I don't like moderates. I don't like people who try to pretend to be enlightened centrists to act
True.
like, oh, being in the middle is the perfect place to be.
Correct.
You know, I think that shit's stupid. I think it's
Correct.
stupid. And it's kind of
Yo,
how we get
hear
to
me
where
out.
we
Me, Word Without Fear on a podcast. I think we would cook. I think we would cook. We talk about comic books, talk about Power Rangers. Please talk about Power Rangers. Manga and anime and politics. Bro, we would cook. It would work. It would be perfect. It would work so well. We're playing D&D. That would be cool too. Oh, they did $100 to it? Now I just need to find some way to get in contact with them. We need a Black History Month and be cool. I don't listen to podcasts typically, but I check that out. You got a Kamen Rider shirt on, you got to get into it.
are right now is because there are too many
All I know
people.
about Kamen Rider is that one scene of one season that had a black guy who transformed. Kamen Rider Michael Jackson transformation. He did like a Michael Jackson dance and then he transformed. Where is it at? I don't know where it is. You know what I'm talking about though. That's Geets, I think. I haven't gotten to Geets. Geets? No, this is what I was thinking of. Oh, that's the name of the series. Black guy. Yeah. Ben is his name. That's so funny. Kamen Rider Geets, episode 14, 2 more writers. Okay, wait. He has a Power Rangers playlist? Stop. Okay, I hope his Power Rangers takes are good.
Ready? 仮面ライダー狩りを Fight!
And they get clapped up. Rip.
これでお前たちは二度とライダーにはなれない
Also, okay. Yeah, rip. Dang, I can say that was racism.
Retired.
Did they freaking die? Hold on.
Retired.
Dang. Geets is a battle royale. Oh. Okay. And then they retired. Oh yeah, and in Pokemon, your Pokemon faint too. Okay, sure. Not freaking dead, Chatter. That's a lie they tell y'all as kids to make you okay with death. Should the Power Rangers RPG? There's a Power Rangers RPG? What is it called?
People trying to pretend that the truth is in the middle when in reality.
Oh yeah, and like when you get sent to the Shadow Realm, you're just in another dimension.
I'm not gonna play that game. Not gonna play that game. And the other thing that I'm really not going to play is this whole idea that because people have been trying to be like, oh man, it's so terrible to see two black men beefing, man. Oh my god, man, y'all need
game? Is that what it's called? Power Rangers role playing game? Is that the tabletop game or is it just like an actual video game? I've never heard of like an actual Power Rangers RPG. Oh, it is a tabletop game. Yeah, I have heard of it. I have a picture of it. Hold on. I saw it at Barnes and Nobles. I didn't buy it, but I did take a picture of it. It's just me and Barnes and Noble. I saw it. That was interesting. Bro, what is flying? It's still flying. Worry about that. Come here. Come here. How'd you get dirty? Freaking goodness, dog. This kid's getting better. Google apologizes after news alert about BAFTA Film Awards debacle included the N-word. You're telling me Google sent out a push notification calling black people bro? Are you serious? What is happening in Black History Month? There's more. Stop. Yeah, I saw this one as well. This is a clavicular clip. If you ask me if I've seen any clavicular clip, the answer is no. What was the second slur? What is happening with the BAFTAs, bro? This was a mess. BBC reveals it edited out a second racial slur from the BAFTA Film Awards coverage. A second racial slur was edited out of BAFTA Film Award coverage by BBC on Sunday, according to the corporation's head of content. Kate Phillips emailed the staff this afternoon to apologize and revealed that a second slur was removed from the broadcast, which aired 2 hours of the live ceremony. The BBC has been criticized from all quarters, including leading politicians, for failing to edit out the N-word from its BBC One broadcast after it was shouted from the audience involuntarily by a Tourette's manager, John Davidson, or campaigner, John Davidson, to the star of Sinners Were on Stage. This one was aired in era and would never knowingly allow us to be broadcast. Stop. Stop. Sit down. Sit. Go. Or right here. You won't believe what he said? Was it the N-word? Oh, I did see this clip. I didn't watch it though, because I was like clavicular. Hey, baby girl. When I was made aware it was audible on iPlayer, I asked for it to be taken down. I'm sure that you're aware that we put out a statement yesterday. I'm apologizing for the remark was not edited out prior to the broadcast. The BBC and producer Penny Lane's line has been that the slur was not heard until the OB truck recording of the coverage. It still took BBC 15 hours to take down the awards off of iPlayer. As of this afternoon, it remains down. I am sorry the racial slur was edited out of the broadcast, added Phillips. We understand how distressing that was. Award attendees were a pre-warn of the possibility of involuntary verbal tics associated with Tourette's syndrome at the start of the show, and Alan Cummings addressed it at the broadcast. Of course, it doesn't lessen the impact and the upset. Phillips said it had been in touch with the BBC staffers in the Embrace Network. BAFTA also launches a review. Davidson, the subject of the movie I Swear, which won an award for Best Actor, said that he was deeply mortified it could be seen in starting. And that's it. And then there was a the Google one, wherever that was. Where is that? I literally opened it. Did I not? Am I tripping? Because I might have closed the tab by accident. Google apologizes after the N-word alert about the BAFTA Film Award debacle included the N-word. Google has apologized after a computer-generated news alert, AI, after a computer-generated news alert about the BAFTA's Film Award racial slur incident included the N-word. The tech giant, okay, I need to see this. Somebody has to have a screenshot. Oh, we can't, wait, we can't see my screen? Why not? For how long? The whole time? Since you came back? Oh my goodness gracious. That's so funny. That's so funny. I can't. That's hilarious. This gets so bad. So, okay, I was reading off this thing. BBC reveals it edited out second racial slur from the BAFTA Film Award cover. That's all I read so far. And you had this. Google apologizes after news alert about BAFTA's Film Award debacle included the N-word. Google has apologized after a computer-generated news alert about the BAFTA's Film Award racial slur incident included the N-word. The tech giant pushed out a notification linking to the Hollywood Reporter article where the headline was, "How the Tourette's Fallout Unfolded at the BAFTA Film Awards." The alert then invited readers to see more about. That's crazy. What is going on this Black History Month, bro? How the Tourette's Fallout Unfolded at the BAFTA Film Awards. The Hollywood Reporter. See more on. Really? Bro? Interested or not interested? What do you think? What do you think, Google? Ristiest click of doom. Somebody had to have clicked it, right? I'm not tripping to think somebody had to have clicked it. Somebody had to have clicked it. What came up? I'm curious. What came up? I would click, honestly, I would click it too. I would click it too. If I'm being real. their metrics probably skyrocketed, and they were like, "Oh, something's wrong. Something's really wrong here. What did we do? This news alert got clicked 50 million times. Please, somebody tell me, what did we do?" They call it a euphemism for an offensive term in their apology, which was insane. Yeah, but for Google, okay, let's look. The notification was spotted and condemned by Instagram user Danny Price, who said it was absolutely effed. He added, "What an interesting Black History Month it turned out to be." True. Deadline is not embedding Price's post because it contains a screenshot of Google of the offending Google alert. It can be viewed here. Okay, so they linked to it actually. I do love how like the N-word is like such a taboo where like news articles won't even link a screenshot of it existing. They're like, we're not gonna embed it here, obviously. You can see it at this link in this separate thing that we did have nothing to do with, actually. So you know that we did not post it, we did not find it, and we did not screenshot it. It was somebody else and not us. Please do not pull us into whatever foolishness is going on here. We are not a part of this, please. It's like media Voldemort, yeah.
Sean the Black says she's my
Bob and Wildly for the 5 months. They do not want that on their servers.
Subscribed. Reese hyperblankies, Reese hyperblankies, Reese hyperblankies.
I should appreciate it. A Google spokesperson told Deadline, "We're very sorry for this mistake. We removed the offensive notification and working to prevent this from happening again." Sure. That is so funny. I'm sorry. That's the funniest thing. Hey. New Twitch feature just dropped. Can we not catch a break? No. It's been all gas, no breaks. It's been literally all... Hey. Nix. Sit. Thank you. You have to relax. Also, your ears are dirty. Wait, did you not just get groomed? Twitch has announced 2 new types of bans. Streaming suspensions will allow users to watch and chat in other channels, while chat suspensions lets them stream but not chat elsewhere. That's interesting. That's an interesting who is this for? I don't know. I don't know. I can't think of a situation where you get chat banned and not stream banned. You know what I mean? I guess for like chatters. So if you're just like basically like a shitter chatter, you get chat banned when you chat offensively. But you can, if you chat the N-word, but you can still stream and say it. But if you stream and say the N-word, you can still chat about it, maybe? Harassing? Yeah, but why would you want somebody harassing to stream on your platform? But if you don't stream, what does it matter? Yeah. Like a ban that allows for clouds but not streaming on your own channel could be good. But no, you got banned for a reason. Why are we rewarding banned streamers? It's to stop Hassan from ever going to Asvin's chat again. Sit down. Sit down. She's getting restless from my streams. Cause she's like she realizes that I'm getting to the end of my stream and she's like getting mad. Anyway, that's the Google alert. Man, that's so funny. I'm sorry. I can't even. What an interesting Black History Month has been. What an interesting Black History Month has been. I'm keeping this one open. That's hilarious. This is the last thing I'll talk about today. New episode of The Rookie will prominently feature the cast of Game Changers, a competition series from Dropout. Episode description: Harper and Miles feel the weight of their recent mistakes while Harper is tasked with training Miles. Nola and Selena are dispatched to a robbery call at Dropout TV studio where Nola encounters a familiar face. So a lot of people are mad about this. I've never heard of Game Changers, not gonna lie. You know Brendan Lee Mulligan? He's prominently featured on Game Changers. Dropout is like the successor to College Humor. And too many acronyms. Is that why Brendan left? Did Brendan leave? Brendan left Dropout? Brendan Lee left Dropout. No, I don't think he left. It was a bit? Yeah. See, chat, you freaking Google. It's your best friend, I promise. I won't even show because it's a bit anyway. But yeah, people are mad at this because they say that The Rookie is propaganda and that the Dropout is doing propaganda, which, to be entirely fair, it is propaganda. It is. You got Nick, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Did y'all see the push notification that Google sent out for the BAFTA thing, bro? Insane. Hope you had a good stream though. What was y'all talking about? What's going on? The Wikipedia of the BAFTA N-word Tourette's incident is going to be something. Yep. They're going to write it. Yeah, it is propaganda, right? It's propaganda for cops. And I think people had this misunderstanding about Dropout being like a progressive company, where, because it is a progressive company, but it's progressive in like the democratic sense, where like, progressive in that like police need reform kind of progressive. Dropout is owned by Robert Reich's son? Yes. Sam. It is, indeed. Ain't that crazy? Bro, freaking nepotism is wild, dog. It's not necessarily, okay, it's not necessarily nepotism in the traditional sense. It's more like the amount of leg up that having a successful and famous parent will get you is insane. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's more of a privilege thing. That's crazy. You find someone, you're like, oh, that's interesting. You're like, oh, they're actually the son of the prince of the Duke of Eddington or something. I don't freaking know. Is there a cop show that's not propaganda? I was thinking about this recently. When does nepotism depart from networking? The privilege always exists there, but usually nepotism refers to like the same industry. Like Pirate Software is a nepo baby, right? He joined the same company his father was a director at. You know, We Own the City. You could still probably argue that We Own the City is propaganda, just to a lesser extent. Because it does show the harms that the police do, but it frames it as like this is a specific problem with a specific subset of this specific police district, right? It's not the entirety of the policing that's the problem. It's a specific unaccountable unit that is an issue. And there's an argument you can make about it too. I think Skip Intro has a good series of videos on propaganda. This is what came up. There's 23 videos here. Right, talking about Brooklyn Nine-Nine, The Wire, Lucifer apparently. We Own the City is also in here. Cops, To Catch a Predator, NCIS. That was a good one. That was a really good one. I like that one. That was really good. He has one on The Rookie too. Paw Patrol. No. 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 Should we watch it, chat? Oh my freaking goodness. Niggas let gnats in here. And now there's like 2 or 3 of them flying around, bro. I'm gonna have to do a freaking deep steam clean of this freaking apartment. I will say this was a little fun little thingy. They're all actors looking for a gig. Really well getting started as a PA of one of the Law and Orders, I'm not mistaken. Don't see much of an issue with it, to be honest. I mean, it's propaganda. It doesn't change the fact that it's propaganda. It's propaganda for the police department, right? And it does serve a role in making police abolition, or at least radical police reform, less popular, because it warms people up to the idea of the police as being there to help you, right? And to being fun, zany little, you know, little guys, you know, fun little guys who like are just like you and me, you know, and that's just not what the police are as a structure. So I get the frustration. I understand it. Speaking of cops, what is this? It's a song. Listen to this one first.
Make it sexy, sell me some meth, please, so I can get arrested by this daddy of a cop with his daddy cop walk and his daddy cop arms and his daddy cop butt. Oh,
Arrest me, make it sexy. What? It's catchy.
This video is sponsored by and available on Nebula. This is the
What do you think of
Rookie, an
Zoran's
ABC
tweet telling
cop
people not to
procedural
throw
that follows the
snowballs at the cops? I didn't see it, but that sounds dumb. Just don't address it. Zoran is an interesting character because like he just like he feels the need, and this is the problem with like a level of like respectability politics and like, you know, kind of like black faces in high places, but like for like other minorities as well. And that like when you occupy that role, right, you're gonna fall into the same traps that role entails, which is just like, guys, the cops are here to protect you. Don't worry. Don't worry. And you know, even if like I don't know if he believes that or not or whatever, like it's just so he'll come around doing stuff like that. You know, I think it's bad. Like it serves the same thing as like, you know, propaganda for the police. But guys, don't be mean to the cops. They're the cops. And the biggest thing for me is that they thought this would be a good idea for Dropout. It's not really a secret that the fan base of Dropout's pretty progressive. I just don't really understand how the decision made it through. Have you considered that like it's sick to be in TV shows? So once you filter it through that lens, yeah, it makes a lot of sense why he made it through. Now you're right. Yeah, lots of money and press. Yeah, you're in freaking TV, bro. I get it. I understand it.
Sean the Black says she's my
BB, thank you for the 3 months.
BB just subscribed.
Much appreciated. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Old Officer John Nolan, the oldest cop in the history of the Los Angeles Police Department. Played by the ever-boyish Nathan Fillion, Nolan has moved cross-country following his divorce.
Don't think of the raids. Whoa, what's on the raids recently? The raids be crazy. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope y'all are doing good. Did y'all see Google's announcement? Okay, I have to show you this now. Bro, did y'all see this? Not this one. I closed it. God, I freaking closed it, didn't I? This one. Google apologizes after a news alert about the BAFTA Film Award debacle included the N-word. You're showing this to every Raider? Of course I am. Why would I freaking not, bro? They pushed out an AI alert that had the N-word in it. Hold on. Here! It said how the Tourette's fallout unfolded at the BAFTA Film Awards. Right? The Hollywood Reporter. And then it said, Seymour on bro. It said Seymour on. That's crazy. They just put it in the AI alert. Click to see more on. What are we talking about? They literally let the slur robot take the wheel. In freaking, I'm showing everybody that. It's so funny. It's hilarious to me. A Frog Girl, thank you for the 24 months. And Auto SF, thank you for the Prime. And Cryo Melt, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Outside? Come on.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to comrade_internet.
Come on. Come on. We got so much content on Black History Month. Crowd would be proud, yeah. And it's not even over yet. It's not even over yet. Bro, is this a real thing that happened? Yes! Yes! This is a real thing that happened. This was a real alert that Google sent out to people. Craziness. Average AI defender would be like, it seems like probably read a situation as accurately describes to providing social results based on what happened. Yeah. My neighbor can call me the N-word and now my phone can too. What a glorious Black History Month, right? Even your teachers, chat. Okay, did y'all see this one too? I have to show you this one. Maybe watch the propaganda thing later. I have to end with this. I don't know whether or not to click interested or not interested. You have to click interested. It's anti-black to not click interested. Are you not interested in bro? Are you not interested in Sounds racist to me if you're not. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It sounds racist to me if you're not. You click not interested, you're a racist. That's a setup. It is racist to click not interested. I am interested. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What do you want me to say? Anyway, look. Speaking of racist. Speaking of racist. Did y'all see this? For all my Raiders out there. A Hunter College professor, Allison Friedman, caught on hot mic dropping blatantly racist comments about black students. While a black 8th grade student testified against the school's potential closure, Friedman can be overheard saying, they're too dumb to know they're in a bad school. She continued, if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore.
Another important policy for me is our speech program. I've been receiving speech services since 1st grade. I attend Mr. Goldman and 2 other students on Fridays. He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Black schools that like they're too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
Independent in our class.
I mean, fuck. But apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You've got to stop.
Man, that silence is palpable. That silence is palpable. That a teacher? Yes. Yes. Or to see the unblurred webcam of the races? No. I think the blurring here is the 8th grade student who's speaking, or like one of there are also students on this call, chat. There are students on this call who are trying to tell the district, please don't close our school. We want to be at our school. Please, I beg of you, don't close our school and shove all of us into these other schools to overcrowd them. And she was like, don't these blacks know that she said that they're too stupid to know they're at a bad school, right? And then she said, she was making a reference or a quote or something, saying like, as someone so said, if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use it back. You don't have to tell them anymore. More evidence that no matter how much education we can get, it's still racist. Yeah. Like she's like very educated. She's like quoted in like a number of different articles and studies, like over a dozen when I looked up her name. Allison Friedman, associate professor, lab website Friedman's Lab, cellular neurology, education, postdoc fellow, PhD, BA at Barnard Columbia University. Not really surprised for Columbia. Like look at all the publications that she's a part of. Right? Can't stop her from being racist though. Won't stop her from being racist though. I'll read back one more time, so in case you didn't hear it. Listen closely. It might pass you.
Another important part for me is our speech program. I've been receiving speech services since first grade. I attend Mr. Goldman and 2 other students on Fridays. He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Black schools that like they're
They're
too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
Independent in our class.
I mean, fuck. But apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You've got to stop.
You notice that none of the black people even reacted. For them, just a Tuesday. Just another Tuesday. Right? This is why I hate the BAFTA statement of like, we applaud Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo's professionalism with seeing it through and able to push through what happened to them. Like they shouldn't have to. Right? They shouldn't have to. And just in this situation, like if you are a black person and you do speak out, you will be made to be the problem. You will be made to be the bad person. Right? Be like, yeah, she shouldn't have said that, but you shouldn't have also said what you said to her. That's the experience of a black person. Could never be me in these situations. The Lord's really tried me at this point. I can't like right. And I think, and the problem is even what the speaker said. The speaker is more worried about how she would be perceived for saying this instead of the harm that she's caused for this. Right? It's Allison. You're hearable right now. We can hear you. You need to stop talking because we can hear you. Can we edit in the BAFTA section for last stream? Should I add the stream section to the video? How long is it? As long as it's not longer than like 45 minutes, I would say. It's like, Allison, what you're saying is bad and it's wrong and it's harmful and you're causing harm to people and it's not good. You should stop. It's Allison, we can hear you. 40 minutes right now? Nah, don't worry about it. There's a story about a soccer player calling a black soccer something by pulling up his shirt. It's because he's under review, but watch them make her attend a workshop and get paid suspension. Yeah, I just thought that that was literally quite an insane thing to have happened. It's crazy. Um, that's so insane. But I think that covers a lot of what I wanted to talk about today. Make sure not anything that I missed. No, I think I covered the. Oh, this is the last thing I'll say. If it's emote, it saves me frequently. After the comic there is in the chat, I would raise awareness about coming out tomorrow. Don't be surprised when he loses too. DNC officials are working on a secret report that found that Gaza stands cost Harris voters. I didn't talk about this either today. I'll talk about it tomorrow if I have time. And then I'll finish the Tyler Perry video. Oh my goodness. How was I supposed to know that this would be a full thing? I know Newsom and Tyler immediately cringed. And this Newsom saying, I agree with you, Gaza is not a genocide. Can you read your birthday cards? Yeah, anyway. I'm going to sit here for a little bit. Hold on. I'm just working this real quick. Thank you, Danny Price. Yeah. That's where I'm going to call it, bro. I don't even know. Any final thoughts? Cause actually needs Google, please. I want to buy a bag. Yeah, Google, I got the alert too. Give me $1 million. Give me $1 million. I feel distress. It's called reparations. Yeah. Anything else? You mean respirations? Yeah. I don't know. I got something for you guys back on my PC. What is it? I'm just scrolling through my bookmark to make sure there's nothing else I want to fully cover. Oh, okay. I wanted to show you this as well. Hold on. Let me go to my email. Play both.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl.
This is very Nintendo.
Gas. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl gas. La 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 la.
AI could never.
La 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 la.
Oh God. Okay, that was loud.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, government euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. For smuggling fentanyl gas. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, government euthanasia. Happy fun, la la la. For smuggling fentanyl gas. Chopping up children's genitals. Liberal.
This is when this one was a little green.
Liberal.
Let's put up the Google alert. He did not. Okay, let me see.
You think I'm like a one candy normally? Is that what it is? One.
Who linked him the
There's
tweet?
No shot.
Hello.
Actually, that is actually what? There's no way that is actually.
It's real.
There's no way that
it's real.
Actually, there's no shot.
It is real.
It's real.
It's real. It's insane.
Are you view botting? What do you think, man?
I'm on the screen. What'd you say?
Astaghfirullah. During Ramadan.
Oh, you were on the screen back then.
During Ramadan.
Yeah. Ain't it crazy? Oh, you're the first reply. How insane is that, bro? How crazy is that? Okay, this is also funny. I'm gonna go soon, I promise. This person said, watching Shaun the Black and he's just showing Raiders all the racism that happened after the BAFTAs. I was doing that. For sure. That's exactly what I was doing. Yep. If I gotta see it in Black History Month, you gotta see it too. You gotta see it too. That's it. That's the take. Spread the love, spread the wealth. You know what I mean? I'm not watching a particular clip. I refuse. I do want to see this rookie video, but it's a little bit long for the stream. I'm getting a little bit tired. Okay, I'll end with the Spider Noir clip.
Impulses.
Wait. He's joining Captain America. He's joining Chris Evans. Chris Evans was both the Human Torch and Captain America. Nick Cage is both Ghost Rider and Spider Noir now. Wait, and he played a fire superhero. That's not Ghost Rider. He was Ghost Rider. And Superman in the Flash, was he? You're right, he was Superman in the Flash, technically. He would have been a bad Superman, no offense.
Just surprised.
He has no powers? Did I know Spider-Noir had no powers? I didn't know he had no powers. It was just I don't know. He waits him in Spider-Verse? Okay. I think he plays a bad live action Spider-Noir. I'm sorry. Not a face-off enjoyer? Not particularly. I think he's fine. He's passable. He's just not my favorite actor. Okay, so you're ageist? A little bit. I think he's fine. I think he's okay. He's not my favorite actor. I say watch Mandy, but it's horror. I feel like I've seen Mandy. Or like National Treasure. I didn't even particularly enjoy him in National Treasure either. And like I thought National Treasure movies were fine. I thought National Treasure was fine. I liked, what's that movie? There was like an animated National Treasure movie, I think. I don't know. He's a 5 out of 10 actor for me. I don't know if I go low as 5 out of 10. He's just not like a, he's in a lot of things and he's not he was in a movie with, okay, there's a movie that he was in where like all the adults go crazy and try to kill their kids. Right? I think he performed well in that movie. I think Mom and Dad, is that what the movie was called? I think he performed well in that movie. Like I think he played the role very well. I just don't necessarily like him as an actor. You know, he's not a bad actor. I just don't necessarily like him. Your worst take? It's personal preference. I'm not a fan. I think he can act. I think he's proficient at his craft. He's a quantity actor. 1 out of 10 roles are memorable. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think Adam Sandler is a quantity actor, and I hate Adam Sandler. You know what I mean? I cannot stand Adam Sandler. Like I can watch Nick Cage movies. I hate Adam Sandler movies, bro. Every movie he's in, I can't stand it. Every single one. Every single one. It's really bad. What Vampire's Kiss? I haven't seen it. Adam Sandler to me is like white people's Tyler Perry as it pertains to like Medea or Tyler Perry characters. It's like typecasting a little bit. Like you're not casting Adam Sandler to get him to play a role. You're casting him so he can play Adam Sandler in whatever movie he's in. You know what I mean? I can see is I like the Click movie was like, it's a good movie theoretically. Adam Sandler was the worst part of that movie, but I liked everything else about the movie. I like the message of it. I like the story structure of it. I did not like Adam Sandler in it. You know what I mean? I just didn't like it. Like Jack Black. I like Jack Black movies. I will say. I think it's similar where like Jack Black is also typecasted as Jack Black, but like Jack Black is a proficient actor. You know what I mean? I feel like Jack Black is closer to Nick Cage to me than to Adam Sandler. Right? Adam Sandler is in his own branch of like I just cannot stand. Like I will turn off a movie if Adam Sandler shows up in it. It's to that level. Right? There are movies that Jack Black has that I'm not a huge fan on. But like it's whatever. It's fine. Uncut Gems is really good. I haven't seen it, so maybe I should watch it. Maybe I'll change my opinion. The Rock is the worst example of this. Not the worst. I think The Rock is perceived as the worst because he's ethnic. Hot take. The Rock is seen as like the worst version of typecasting because of racism. That's my take. That's my take on The Rock discourse. But I love Jumanji. Jumanji had The Rock and Jack Black in it, and I didn't hate Jumanji. You know what I mean? Replace Jack Black with Adam Sandler, I would never watch the movie. Does The Rock identify as black? I think he's mixed, no? The original is better? Oh, way better. Significantly better, for sure. He's Samoan and black? That makes sense. He doesn't really read to me as black. That may be because I'm a little bit racist against black people. His name was Dwayne Johnson. That could mean anything. I hated Jumanji. The original? What is wrong with you, Chatter? What is wrong with you? Explain. Explain yourself. The original is really good. Fantastic movie. I meant Zathura. Zathura is also really good. It's like the child version of Jumanji, but I would go as far as to say Zathura is scarier than Jumanji is. I watched Jumanji as an adult and Zathura as a kid, but then I watched Zathura again and I was like, dog, Zathura is a scary movie. Like, that is a terrifying prospect. I could survive in the Jumanji world, right? In Zathura, you're cooked. You spin the board one time. You start the game, you're cooked. You're done. Your house is in space, and you need to finish the game to bring your house back down. Immediately, like it's you're significantly in a worse version. You can get a fine spin in Jumanji and be like, okay, I'm done with this for now, actually. You know, I didn't know this was a real thing. I'm going to go ahead and close the box up and put it away, right? In Zathura, you are in space. You literally cannot leave. Yeah, but Robin Williams spent 30 years in there. Yeah, but like, that's an L for him. You know, that sucks to suck for him. You know what I mean? That's rough. The girl lived her entire life and she was fine. You know what I mean? So skill issue, exactly, right? Skill issue. Girl, like literally, she was like, well, he's gone now. She closed it up and put it away and left. You feel me? Like, she lived a normal life until the kids brought it back and then started playing the game. You feel me? But you know what I mean? Like, it was fine. You can spin in Jumanji. And honestly, you can get a bad spin in Jumanji and you would still be okay. You know? In Zathura, chat, you don't understand. If you haven't seen Zathura, you don't understand. As soon as you start the game, Robin Williams was not fine. Okay, that's an L for him. I'm sorry. She went to years of therapy for that. Yeah, but at least she's fucking alive. At least she lived and she was able to go to therapy. In Zathura, you cannot go to therapy. You're in space. You're in the vacuum of space. You literally cannot leave until the game is over. When you start the game, you cannot leave until the game is over and it returns you back to Earth. The winning game movie, the OG Jumanji movie, was an L initially that stumbled into a win. The hunter had the entire crew cooked until then. This is true. The hunter had them in, like, bro, that was a little rough. I think one of the greatest movie of all time. Which one's the third or Jumanji? Thoughts on Shark Boy and Lava Girl? Best movie of my youth. I kind of prefer it to be in space instead of America. You say that until, like, I don't know, you lose the game in a furnace because the aliens burn the game and you literally can never get back. That is a plot point in the movie, Chad. The kids almost lost the game in a furnace and they would have never been able to get back. I lost the game? Gosh dang it. Mods ban that person. Talk about Robin Williams movies. Do you like The Birdcage? I don't know if I've seen The Birdcage. People still play the game? I guess. Everybody's always playing the game. You're always... Shice. Oh, it didn't crack. But High School Superheroes is one of my favorite movies. Sky High. Sky High was cool, even though it was still a worse version, stolen from the black version, which is Up, Up and Away. I say that I did not check when they came out, so I could be lying to you. Wasn't there like a weird incest plot in Sky High too? No, it wasn't incest. It was an old woman was essentially grooming the main character in Sky High. Have you seen Mean Girls? I've seen Mean Girls. I think parts of it. I'm pretty sure. War and Peace was a fire name, though, I will say. Up and Away came out 5 years earlier. I knew it! Up and Away isn't about a super high school. It's just a high schooler who's from a super family. Same difference. They try to convince you that it's different because we're black. Anyway. Are we all younger? Does younger Gen Z know any of these movies? I'm sure they know Sky High. I think that they would know Sky High, but not Up, Up and Away. I will still say, and I will stand on this. If my entire family gets superpowers and I don't, I won't tell you what I'm doing to myself, but you could probably imagine. All right. I'm just saying it. I would be pissed. I would be so upset, bro. If I come from a family of people with superpowers and I don't have superpowers, the world would know. Yes. They can set up an agency and hire them out as mercs? No, that's lame. I want the powers. Me. I want the powers. Have y'all seen a show called No Ordinary Family? I feel like nobody ever talks about this show, and I feel like I hallucinated it, but I know that it exists. I know for a fact that it exists. I don't know, look it up. It exists. No Ordinary Family. No Ordinary. Yeah. This is like white people's Up, Up and Away. There was a family who were on a plane. The plane was struck by lightning and they all got superpowers. No Ordinary Family is American television that was aired on ABC in the United States and CTV in Canada. The 1-hour science fiction comedy drama was produced by ABC Studios. Yada, 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 yada. The show was centered on Powells, a typical American family in the fictional Pacific Bay, California, whose members gained special powers after their plane crashed in Brazil's Amazon rainforest. In 2011, ABC canceled the show after one series. That's rip. That's sad. I've never seen this. Really?
Forgotten sci-fi television.
Well, today we're looking at No Ordinary Family.
Yeah, this show, it only ran for one season.
Back in 2010.
Yeah, 2010, 2011. But it had such a cool premise. So the Powell family, totally average, living in Pacific Bay, California. They go on this trip to the Amazon, and after a plane crash, their lives get flipped upside down. They get superpowers.
Yeah, they get superpowers. Like, we're talking super strength, super speed, mind reading, like all the classics. And so we're gonna unpack all that today, right? Like, who are these characters? What made the show interesting? Why, even though it only had that,
It was
one
Lost and Heroes
season,
all in one.
might it
No, it wasn't Lost because they just get back. You know what I mean? Their plane crashes, but they just get back. So they weren't lost anywhere. They just get back to Fantastic Four remake, kinda a little bit. The guy who played Ben Grimm in the old Fantastic Four movies. He looks like him, doesn't he? It's a good question, actually. Yeah, he was the thing. Man, he loves his superpowers.
Still be worth checking out today.
Right. So, I mean, right off the bat, we've got the Powell family, and each of them has their own power set, right? So, Jim, the dad, he gets super strength, right? And he's tough to hurt. He can jump like a quarter mile. But the thing is, he's not that agile, and he's vulnerable to this weird chemical synoxate. It's like his old limitations are still kind of there.
Interesting.
So, Stephanie, the mom, she's a scientist, and she gets super speed. Like, we're talking 10 miles in under 5 seconds.
I couldn't even read that fast.
Exactly. Plus, she heals like crazy fast, which is pretty handy. And what's really interesting is her work with this plant from the Amazon, Trilcetum coronis. It's connected to how they all got their powers. There was even this serum that gave her light speed for a little bit and even let her time travel.
I'm sorry, that's all.
Yeah,
That's
like,
all I could think about. Is this AI? I don't think so. It might just be a small podcast that wants to be successful. You know what I mean? Like an AI podcast. I mean, it might. I don't know. But I don't like throwing around the AI allegations. That without any evidence, personally. I also don't like going off of sound because AI is trained off of human speech. And so it could be AI, but I'd rather believe it's real until I prove it otherwise, as opposed to just being like, oh, this small YouTuber is AI. Because I think people do it to artists all the time. I think it's mean, and I don't like it. So I withhold judgment. Stuff like that. But that's what the show is. Anyway, maybe we'll talk more about it tomorrow. See, a podcast where I can talk about No Ordinary Family, a show that nobody remembers but me. Is stereotypical about level electric powers just seems neat. If I had a power, I think teleportation would be sick, bro. Even if it's not like long-term teleportation, just short-term teleportation. That you know what I meant. I want that as speed. I think super speed is just like worse versions of teleportation. I stand on that. Unless you're getting all the, auxiliary powers of the Flash, where you get like fast regeneration and super thinking as well. If it's just you can run fast and you can think fast enough to not hit stuff, like, I'd take teleportation over that personally. Remember 2 hours superpower discourse you would have with the chat on this one? Yeah, because the chat thinks that like super speed is better than teleportation as a transportation power. As a transportation power, like if you have like a power set and you have like a box for like a strength based power and then a box for transportation based power, I think teleportation is a better option by and large than super speed is. Or flight, by the way. I stand on that. Like, flying is good for like the novelty of it. You feel me? Like, cool. You can fly. Awesome. It's still going to take you time to get places. You know what I mean? About being a train superpower? Just being a train? But to go back in time, I have regrets. I honestly, that's one of the only powers I would never choose. I think being able to jump forward in time and to go back to where I am now would be interesting, just so I can dictate what my life will be from that regard. But I think going back in time is too messy. I think it's too messy. I'm black. I don't want any time powers. They make hella money on stocks. I mean, but like, that's kind of the only reason why like going back in time would be like slightly interesting. But like, if that's the case, why don't you just like have the power of duplication? You can just duplicate money. You know what I mean? Like, you can just sit in your room for one day, take $1, duplicate it to 100, take that to an ATM, make it $100, go back to your room, duplicate that to 1,000, and then that up into like cases of money. That's illegal? Yeah. So is stock market manipulation. Who cares? You have superpowers. It doesn't matter. That's against the law. Show me the law that says I can't travel into the future and bet on what I can see. Insider trading. They don't care how you're doing it, but they're going to arrest you for it anyway. They don't have to prove that you had inside information. They can just prove that your bets were too on the nose for you to not have inside information. We don't know how you're doing it, but you are definitely cheating. It's like casinos. You know what I mean? They don't need to know how you're cheating, but if you win too much, they can kick you out and also beat the shit out of you. You duplicate gold, don't oversaturate our currency. I think a duplication power would be interesting, just not because duplicating money, that would be cool or awesome, but also just from the avenue of duplicating myself. If I can duplicate anything, I duplicate myself, double my productivity, where a part of me can stream, the other part of me can, your mom, got him, you know, and just like, you know, that'd be a nice little thing. Have you seen The Prestige? Is that the movie where the guy travels back in time and sees himself an hour in the past? No. What movie is that? You know what movie I'm talking about? Is that Looper? It's the Magic movie? Then no, I don't think I've seen The Prestige. Wait. I have seen The Prestige. Is there a scene about like an escape artistry? Is there an escape artistry scene? Or am I tripping? Yes, then I have seen this movie. I don't remember anything else about it, but I do remember that there was a scene in there that was like that. Like the whole movie? Well, I have seen the movie. I don't remember. Maybe I should watch it again. But watch it again. Now You See Me is my favorite superpower movie. Yeah. Did you see the new one? Have y'all seen the new Now You See Me, chat? There's a new one. There's 3. What the second one? That's not a hard lock to make. It's really good, actually. It's not that bad. I think it did the next generation thing pretty well. They're actually wizards and Now You See Me? Yeah. We're fucking wizards. Took 3 movies to do the most obvious title ever, and I'm a hater. Yeah, Now You See Me, normal, right? It should be Now You See Me. The second one should have been called Now You Don't. And the third one should have been called Abracadabra or something like that. You know what I mean? It's Now You See Me and then Now You See Me Too. Now You 3 Me. So mad they didn't name it Now You Don't. I know, right? Ugh. They wanted the Now You See Me name in the title. I get it. I understand it. But like you had Fast and Furious, and then you had Too Fast, Too Furious. They cooked with that one, bro. They cooked with that one. They cooked with that one, bro. That was fire. To see me. Now you see to me. Now to see me. Now to see me. Movie was terrible. Hey, lay off of Too Fast, Too Furious. To See Me Now. I'll tell you, Now To See Me was crazy. You don't get it. You don't understand it. It's fire. Bro, people keep quote tweeting my tweet about the AI thing. It's so crazy. Okay. All right, chat. I'm out. Oh, I will say that I may or may not have no, I won't leak it. I'll say this. Potential gaming on my second channel collaboration sometime this week or next week. So if you want to see me do a gaming collaboration, then follow my second channel. I probably won't do it on my main channel. Maybe I will. What's your second channel? My second channel is Not the Black. Twitch.tv/NotTheBlack. Or on my gaming YouTube channel that I'll dual stream it on, which doesn't have a name yet because it doesn't exist. And yeah. Yeah. Too Sean, too black. Hey, I was getting a little bit too close during Black History Month. Just tomorrow will be a normal day. Yeah, what could go wrong for Black History Month tomorrow? Anyway, I was saying that you might also see some art streams starting tomorrow of me working on my comic book. And we are 10 subscribers away from 1,500 if you want to get me back up there. And I'll also be on my second channel. All of this stuff will be happening on my second channel. So you have to follow my second channel. Follow my second channel. Gaming's going to be there. Art's going to be there. All my fun stuff that I can't do here will be there. Have you seen Alex Jones' song set to Mario music? Yes. Where's the shout out? There are no mods here. So I guess I can do it myself. Hold on. What? There you go. It's Not the Black. NOTDABLHE Clay. It's this person right here. Hello. I am both a mod and a mod in this chat. So if you act up, I will mod you. Wow. Anyway, thank y'all for watching. Anonymous Get to Thank you for the gifted sub 49 minutes ago. Mods ran to Hassan. Honestly, it's more likely that the mods just left and said F you. But yeah, that's fine. It's okay. It's not like I paid them. Oh, Katie's a mod here too. Katie will also ban you in this this channel. But that is my take. That is it. That is all. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you all. You all are the reason why I can do this. Because it's not like anybody will sponsor me. I'm too political for that. What? Sorry, hold on. Oh, that's interesting. Have you ever heard of God of War Sons of Sparta? Apparently they offered to sponsor me too. And they offered me a PS5 code. I do enjoy a good God of War. And it is a free game. Wolverine got a release date. What is it, 2028? Did Dungeons to Rivals ad last week? Yeah, but they paid me pennies for it, bro. Because they don't pay me. Let's see. They don't pay me that much money in responding. It's not really great. September 15th this year, I don't believe you. September this year, I don't believe you. You're telling me that we get GTA 6 and the Wolverine game this year? Nope, don't believe you. No, GTA 6? No, it's set for this year. I'm pretty sure. Wait, right? GTA 6 was set for this year to be released. It's not this year anymore. November? Yeah. Did it get delayed, or y'all just saying that it will get delayed? It's gonna change. Marvel Wolverine launches September 15th, 2026. I'm playing this game, bro. I hope they make Wolverine 4'9", because that's how tall he actually is. The delay is baked in like a chocolate chip. Do you think the Blade game is gonna release? Yo, do you think Blade's gonna get anything released? No. I saw a TikTok that said there's only 7 Blade players in the world right now on Marvel Rivals. And I'm just like, that's crazy, bro. Did y'all see that same TikTok? It was so funny. That can't be real. Do you play Blade, Chatter? I think not. Exactly. I'm one, and there's 6 other of you out there. I don't play my rivals. Exactly. Anyway, I've put it off. I gotta go. Bye, YouTube chat. Everybody say bye, YouTube chat. Adios. Your YouTube chat, leave a like real quick before you go.